yeah. Yeah. Like, swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Danny in the house, in the house. Avengers in the house, in the house. Swords up, turn up. Let's get messy, let's get nosy. Let's go. Give him the tea, give him the news, give him the biz, give him the mess, the mess. Swords up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it up. Throw it up. Throw them swords up. Where you at? Throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Throw them up. Then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Who gon' check me? I'm playing chess. You playing checkers. Checkmate. Next caller. Swords up. Up. I don't like you. Can't stand you. If it's up, then it's stuck. It's stuck. Swords up. Up. You're mad. You're pressed. Got your bother. Got your trigger. Swords up. Throw it up. Swords up. Throw it up. Hey, throw them swords up. Where you at? Throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Throw them up. Then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Let's go. Start the show. Symbol. We in chill. Let's go. Avengers, assemble. Lights, camera, action. We ready. Stay ready. Swords up. Throw it up. Swords up. Throw it up. Hey, throw them swords up. Where you at? Throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Throw them up. Then slice.
Tell the haters your biz what cost you. Don't tell them nothing. Don't let them know nothing. Move it silent. Keep it to yourself. Get a seat. Keep it cute. Keep it class. Keep it moving. Keep them watching. Keep them guessing. Keep them guessing. Keep them hating.
I plead the fifth. Back up. That's none of your biz. Hold up. That's none of your biz. 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 I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm moving in silence. Tell a hater your biz will cost you. Don't tell them nothing. Don't let them know nothing. Moving silent. Keep it to yourself. Keep it a secret. Keep it cute. Keep it class. Keep it moving. Keep them watching. Keep them guessing. Keep them hating. They jealous. They know it. Praying I fail. Praying I lose. Praying I fall. Not telling you nothing. Not letting you in. Not letting you in my circle. Stay out of my biz. Stay out of my face. Stop asking me questions. You heard what I said. Stop asking me questions. Don't make me get ratchet. Get ratchet. I plead the fifth. Back up. That's none of your biz. Hold up. That's none of your biz. 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 I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm moving in silence. You wanna know my plans, my actions, how I move, how I groove, what I'm gon' do, when I'm gon' do. You wanna know my goals, my steps. You out of my biz. 21 questions. Next question. Skip now, dip. I plead the fifth. Back up. That's none of your biz. Hold up. That's none of your biz. That's none of your biz. biz. That's none of your biz. That's none of your biz. Biz. I'm moving in silence. Silence. That's none of your biz. No biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm headed to the top. Can't stop, won't stop. I'm pressure. Straight, no chaser. Ambitious, go get 'em. I'm hurt. Let's go. I'm headed to the top. Did I stutter? Did I muddle? I'm headed to the top. That's where I'm going. Gone. No more question. I plead the fifth. Back up. That's none of your biz. Hold up. That's none of your biz. 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 I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. No biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm moving in silence.
This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976.
Hello, and happy Tuesday. So yeah, we have a lot to talk about as far as Dacara Thompson. We definitely will be going over the latest updates regarding that case that I'm very much so interested in. Also, the Epstein files, we will be going over some of those files. By the way, there are a lot of videos and audio, so we will not be able to go through everything today, but we will be discussing some of it, as well as the Angie Stone lawsuit. So as you know, well, some of you know, Diamond Stone, Angie Stone's daughter, and Michael D'Angelo, her son Archer has also filed, the combined lawsuit, of course. Surviving children of Angela Laverne, Angie Stone deceased, and Michael D'Angelo Archer II, as administrators of the estate of Angela Laverne Stone deceased and Sheila Hopkins individually. The plaintiffs are all suing everyone they feel is responsible for her death. We will definitely go over that. It's about 41 pages, but I will give you a summary of what it's about, okay? The main points. So first, we are going to start with Dacara Thompson. So Nancy Grace, who I love, has also covered this. So we will be playing her video and giving commentary on it. And, we're going to go step by step from the night she left her father's home in Laneham. This is part 2, by the way, to her last known movements near the Galaxy nightclub in Hyattsville, to what investigators discover inside that Bowie residence, and finally the heartbreaking recovery near the Soft River Bridge. Okay. So we are going to break down the official timeline and what we know about the suspect. Also, there are new interviews that have surfaced, so we're going to go over the new interviews. And some people are, close to the suspect, Hugo Hernandez Mendez. And Also, I want to definitely go over the prostitution rumors and other rumors that are circulating about Dacara. And what I want to say is this. Before we move forward, I need to address something head on, okay? There have been whispers, ugly rumors about why Dacara got into that car. People trying to paint her as a prostitute or saying she went willingly, as if that somehow justifies what happened next. Let me make this crystal clear. It does not matter. And it's 2025. I'm surprised. Well, not surprised. I'm disappointed, should I say, that people are still victim blaming and shaming to this magnitude. It doesn't matter if she thought she was meeting a date or if she thought she was hanging out for whatever reason, if she was curious, if she trusted him or not, I mean, she trusted him to get into the vehicle, or if she was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. We don't know all the details. It does not even matter though if she was doing sex work. Let's say she was a sex worker. Let's just say she was a sex worker. What would that change and what would that matter? What would that change if she were doing sex work? And by the way, there's no proof of that at all. We are still waiting for new developments. The investigation is still ongoing. But even if there were proof, prostitutes, sex workers get great. They get great. They get unalived. Things happen to them without their consent. Sex workers can still be victims of violence, and they should not be victim blamed or even shamed for the violence. In fact, there are some perpetrators that intentionally pick prostitutes, even serial killers, because they feel like they won't be missed or people won't be looking for them, or they feel like prostitutes will be afraid to go to the police because what will they say to the police? Oh, I was prostituting myself, which is illegal, right? And now this person refuses to pay me, or this person that assaulted me, and then they feel as if the police will say, well, you're doing something illegal. It's like a drug dealer going to the police for a failed sale. Oh, this person didn't pay me for the drugs that I'm selling illegally, right? So people take advantage of that, and sometimes they actually target prostitutes, beat them, and do all sorts of things. Okay, someone consenting to intimacy, or even a car ride, or even a conversation, is not consenting to be brutalized or anything like that. Consent to a conversation, consent to a car ride, even consent to intimacy, none of that is consent to be brutalized. None of that is consent to be great, or even to be unalived. There are times when you can consent to intimacy and then you can stop your consent or change your mind. And at that point, it should stop. And if that person continues, then that can be great. If this was consensual, as people want to say, oh, she's selling her body, that made it consensual. How do you know that? Because based on what I'm reading, it doesn't even sound like it was consensual. That's just my perspective. We all have to wait until the results. If this was consensual, then why is she no longer here? Why was she brutally beaten and unalived? Why are there skull fractures? Why was her phone cut off at 5:03 a.m. in his bedroom? Why did he dump her body off Route 50 like garbage? Like she was worthless and nothing. That is typically not the aftermath of a date. A consensual date where everything is consensual usually doesn't end with someone brutally beaten, their fingernail off, their hair all in the bedroom, their body thrown over a bridge. Now, is it possible? Yes. But is it also impossible? Is you know, you have to look at it from different ways and angles. Usually that is not what happens when two people agree to hang out and agree to intimacy. And also, don't forget that in the actual document, the affidavit of probable cause, one of the witnesses in the home actually said that he heard grunting noises, and the grunting noises sounded like someone not enjoying what was happening. And what's so interesting to me is for this savage, brutal attack to occur, and the roommate said sexual noises, but the way the document reads, there had to be fighting as well. So how could the roommate not hear anything besides sexual grunting noises, like someone not enjoying it, but not actually hear, it seems like, violence? I don't understand how someone could be like a whole full on fight and then no one hear it. Okay, so that's weird. So what I want to say is we have to stop the victim blaming. Let's stop pretending that her choices, whatever they were that night, we don't know the full of her choices and why she made the decisions. However, what we do know is that her choices don't erase his responsibility and his reactions. We all have a choice to do something, and someone else has a choice to how they are going to react. We can only control what we do and not their reaction. So no one should be responsible for someone else's reaction unless it's in self-defense. So we know that's not the case here. The only fact that matters is that the car did not walk away from that house alive. She did not leave from him alive. And the person she left with has been charged with her unaliving. That's where the focus belongs, on justice, on truth. Who's responsible? Sex worker or not, who is responsible for her death? Sex worker or not, who's responsible for the brutal beating of her face and these fractures? Who's responsible? Who should be held accountable? The focus should be on accountability, not on rumors and gossip. And I think that more people should actually tune in to prostitution and their life, and then you'll understand that just because someone is a prostitute, it doesn't mean that they cannot be raped or any other things like that, to where, oh, well, they're just selling it so anyone can just take it. No. That's not how it works. Okay. So I would just say, please understand prostitution and sex work in a better way, to where that person is still a human, that person is still someone that has rights to their body, and they can also be raped. And they if you actually listen to some shows, like even like Soft White Underbelly, they sometimes will choose like who they want to go with and who they don't want to go with. They don't always go with every customer. So it's not like, oh, every customer can just pay and have that person. They actually are selective in who they actually go with a lot of times. So the person still has a right to their choices, just because they're selling, so anyone can have them. No. Okay. And then they can also decline at any time. So anyways, we're definitely going to go over that, but let's go ahead and get into Nancy Grace. Also, I did make some phone calls because press 1 in the chat if you watched my live already, where I went over the document with about Dacara Thompson, and press 2 if you were not here when I went over the document. Okay. Because that's an important part, because if you listen to social media, if you pay attention to what is being gossiped and rumored, you're not going to know the full extent of what's happening. Okay? You have to know the full extent of what's happening in order to
Ooh, I like that.
have
Okay,
a
what's your
good
BCFD?
decision. Okay?
Mean people. I don't like mean people either. Okay. Dacara Thompson lost her life because she was selling her coochie to illegal immigrants.
She was selling it.
So this person was like, oh, Dacara Thompson lost her life because she was selling her coochie. That's ignorant. That's ignorant. Lost her life because she was selling her coochie. So because someone chooses to prostitute, so all people that go and prostitute, they should be unalived. She lost her life because someone decided to unalive her, which is illegal. Prostitution should not lead to unaliving. We have to. This is ignorant, people, and I'm not gonna be like sugarcoating. That's ignorant. Gotta educate yourselves, people. This is ignorant.
Ooh, I like that. Okay, what's your biggest pet peeve?
Mean people.
I don't like mean people either. Okay. Dacara Thompson lost her life because she was selling her coochie to illegal immigrants.
She was selling it. I don't care what y'all talking about. How y'all feel about it? She was selling it.
So black women, y'all gonna hold yourself accountable for Sade Robinson and Dacara Thompson. That sprinkle energy. That sprinkle rhetoric. That go out there and use a man for his money energy.
And then the go out there uses the man for the money energy. So even if someone were a gold digger, the person is a gold digger. That doesn't mean so anyone that's a gold digger, they should automatically be unalived as well. We have to, think about these things.
Man for his money. Now look, that advice that y'all putting out cost 2 young ladies their lives.
It's saying that the advice that people say to find a man that's rich or be a gold digger and things like that is costing people their lives. No. How about this? Entitlement is costing people their lives. Rejection is causing people their lives. Jealousy, power, and control is what is costing people their lives. People that cannot handle rejection. No means no. People that feel entitled to what belongs to someone else. People that want power and control and dominance over other people because they feel like they want to dominate and take from others. That is what's causing people to lose their life. Not the fact that someone is a gold digger or not the fact that someone is a prostitute. Now, are there such things as risk factors where it's such a thing as a risk? Yes, that means that these are things that can cause you to have a risk or increase the likelihood of something happening to you. And that's just based on obvious common sense that if you're a prostitute out there in the late hours throughout the day, meeting up with strangers and things like that, you have probably a higher likelihood of something happening to you in certain circumstances. That's just risk. But is that the actual cause of what's happened to you? No, the cause is what is the perpetrator's motive? The perpetrator, the person that unalived the person, has to be studied and focused on to why did he do that or why did she do that? And then now we can get to the actual cause. And usually it's one of those control, power, dominance, entitlement, rejection, something within the perpetrator that led to for them to justify their actions and their behaviors. Okay, so that's some of the rumors that are going out there, and we have to keep in mind of what the actual documents state. Let's listen to a little bit of Nancy Grace, and then I'll actually go over the documents because I see some people have not watched my previous video. Now, the previous video where I discussed this case, I did put timestamps. So sometimes when the videos are long, I suggest you just go to the video and actually click on the timestamp of where I discussed a certain thing, because technically this live is going to be part 2 of me talking about Dacara, not part 1. Okay. So I would just say to keep up, just make sure you actually go to long videos and just click the time point of the case you're interested in or the topic you're interested in. I also did make some phone calls, and this is to get people talking more about certain things and to not have oversight or people overlooking possible other charges, because at this moment he's only charged with murder 1 and murder 2, and I just want to put it out there like, hey, we cannot overrule or overlook. Now, of course, police investigators are going to do their job, but there are sometimes people just don't give everyone the full extent of what they should be charged with. There are sometimes people that are charged with a couple of crimes, but they committed other crimes as well. And I believe that every crime they committed should be slapped on there if there's enough evidence to do so.
A beautiful young teen girl, Dacara, is missing. Her car found abandoned. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. How does a teen girl, 19 years old, just disappear into thin air? I want you to look at this video. This video is obtained from a neighbor's surveillance, like a ring cam. Take a look at this. Surveillance footage shows Dacara parking her car on Jasmine Terrace, Hyattsville. Now, her parents are convinced this is Dacara walking away. And if you notice, there you go. See the lights on her vehicle blink? She turns and locks her car. Now, she also parks directly in front of a fire hydrant, clearly marked, "Do not park here." Then we see her walking out of the frame. She is by herself. She is not drunk, stumbling on drugs. She's walking purposefully forward, even thinking to turn back and with her key fob, lock her vehicle. Okay. Take a good, long, hard look at this. Joining me, an all-star panel, but first, how did the whole thing start? Listen.
So this is where people are questioning. She leaves her vehicle, locks the vehicle, and where is parked? And where it's parked is not where someone will park if they plan on leaving for a long time and being gone for a long time, because obviously you might fear it might get towed. So she parks her car there and she locks it. She doesn't take everything with her. And then she goes to this the other vehicle. So let's keep watching.
Thompson is the 19-year-old daughter of Carmen and Daniel Thompson. The youngest of 5 siblings, Dacara is living with her father for the summer at his home in Lanham, Maryland. Around 10 p.m. August 22nd, Dacara tells her dad she's going to run out for a bit but will return shortly. Daniel calls Dacara at 11:50 but gets no response. So he texts her telling her he's going to bed. She immediately texted back, "I got gas and I'm out. I should be back soon. I love you too. Good night."
Straight out to Brian Fitzgibbons joining us, Director Operations, USPA Nationwide Security. He leads a team of investigators specializing in locating missing people at USPAsecurity.com. Brian, thank you for being with us. I find that extremely probative. The fact that she's with dad, that is not unusual. She's spending the summer there. Parents are split in Lanham, Maryland. First, I want to find out, which I'll get from Dave Mack, the crime rate there and the crime rate in the area where her car's found. But it's just 10 p.m. She's 19 years old. Okay. She doesn't have to be at school the next morning. So she tells dad she's going to run out. Then he calls her 11:50 p.m. and they text. She texts back immediately I got gas and I'm out. I should be back soon. I love you too. Good night. That's very probative to me, Brian. What do you make of it?
So since she tells her dad she'll be home, obviously is going to be suspicious, and he's going to be worried about her when she does not return home.
Certainly, you take this timeline, Nancy, and then you look at that surveillance video. First of all, you mentioned it in the intro that she was parked in front of a fire hydrant. One thing that wasn't mentioned is she was going the wrong direction of travel. All right, so she's parked in the opposite direction. This leads me to believe that she wasn't planning to be there long. Okay, so that she could have been making a quick stop.
Exactly. Her car is she's parked on the opposite side and facing that way, and you can see the other vehicles facing in the opposite direction. That's what I noticed too, is that she's parked in a way where she does not plan to just be gone for a long time. Obviously, when you're a driver, you know that you can be told, especially in certain places and how you're parked and certain things like that.
To do something or see someone prior to heading back to Lanham, which is only 10, 15 miles down the road.
Yeah, let's look at that video again. You're absolutely right, Brian Fitzgibbons. How often has someone parked in front of a fire hydrant or on a yellow curb or on a 10-minute parking only when you think, hey, you know what? I'm going to run in and run out. I'll be back before they can tow my car. And maybe even put on your emergency flashers to suggest to the meter maid, hey, I'll be right back. You're right. That is significant, Brian Fitzgibbons. She clearly knows what she's doing, and she parks there. Her parents agree that this was what they thought a quick errand, and she would be right back. So you ascertained all that from the way she's parked, Brian?
Yeah, I'm looking at this to add, to the narrative that in questions that we want answered, that this looks like somebody who is not planning to stay there for a long time, right? If you're parked in that manner, it definitely makes me believe that.
Guys, if you know or think you know anything about this missing teen girl, Dacara, please dial Prince George's County PD 301.
So this was made earlier by Nancy. So I actually want to go over the document for those that missed it, and I want to show you also a timeline of events as far as what happened with Dacara, as far as where she started at and where she ended at. Okay, just a moment.
772-8970. Repeat, 301-772-8970. As we say in the law, time is of the essence. Straight out to Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us, renowned psychoanalyst, joining us out of LA, author of Deal Breaker. You can see her now on Peacock and find her at drbethanymarshall.com. Dr. Bethany, I want to analyze very quickly before we move forward with more facts that I believe are pertinent, what she said in her text to Dad. First of all, she tells him she's going out. This is not her sneaking out the window or surreptitiously sneaking out the front door in her socks so as not to make a sound and leaving with the lights off so he doesn't know she's leaving. Around 10 o'clock, she says, hey, I'm going to run out. I'll be right back. Then he calls her about an hour and a half later. She didn't pick up. He texts and says, I'm going to bed. She texts back immediately. And it sounds like her. We've had those cases like in Gabby Petito where Brian Laundrie, he's killed her. He's murdered her. Now he's driving her Ford Transit back across the country. And he's responding to her family's text, but he screws up. He refers to Grandpa by his full name.
Yeah, that happens in a lot of cases, especially since in the age of technology where people will pretend to be the deceased person and text back as that person. And some people have done it for like extended periods of time, so people will think the person is still alive and okay. So that's a good point that as far as someone trying to pretend like someone is still alive when they are not. So she's bringing up a good point. Was that Dacara in the last message to her father, or could that have been you know who, the unaliver, Hugo actually doing that.
Like if I texted my sister and mentioned daddy, my dad, and she writes back, yes, Walter Malcolm Gray Sr. loved decaf at night. Okay, that would be wrong. He blew it. He mistexted, but this text sounds like her, and dad believes it's her, and also she sounds upbeat. Hey, I got gas. I'm out. I'll be back soon. I love you too. Good night. Okay.
Based on the timeline, I don't think it's one of those cases where someone is pretending to text as her. I don't think so. And also, yeah, so I don't think that was the case. But there are cases where people pretend to text as someone, so that's a good point. But the timeline of events so far doesn't seem like at that time she was on the live. It would be much later when I guess the roommate would hear certain things. Okay, hold on.
Analyze it. Help me. I'm grasping at straws, Bethany.
So the response to her dad suggests that she's oriented to space and time. In other words, she's not high, she's not drinking, nothing like that. The fact that her father was not alarmed until an hour and a half later, or perhaps not alarmed at all, just reached out to see where she was, suggests that this behavior wasn't unusual. 19-year-olds are very social, Nancy. So she could have been visiting friends, you know, sitting at a cafe, something like that. But also, I would want to know what is on that phone. You know, was she texting friends? Did she visit somebody? You know, her whereabouts in the hour and a half before her father reached out are very important, as her friends would also know. You know, 19-year-olds talk to their friends. So did she talk to anybody about where she was going and who she was seeing after she went to the gas station?
Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter. Have you seen the other women that have gone missing in the last weeks in the same jurisdiction? Erica Perry and Sanchia Desir. They look a lot like her. And they're all missing.
This is in the last days, Nancy. We're not talking.
Okay, so the Cara on the far left, we already know is deceased, and the woman in the middle, I have not looked yet. I have to go look and check. But the one on the far right, she was found. Okay, so it was like interesting. Okay, so that all these women were missing around the same time, but the one on the far right has been found. I will check on the one in the middle, and of course, we know that the Cara is deceased. Okay, that's an update.
Weeks here, we're talking the last days. These women are going missing. There's no consistency here, other than the fact that they were, in one case, Erica was out walking at 1 p.m, gone. Last time she's seen. All three women look like they could be sisters. When you look at those pictures right there, they look like they're sisters, and all are now missing from Prince George's County, Maryland.
Wait a minute. Hold that photo. Hold the photo. Brian Fitzgibbons, look how precious. Look how cute they are. And importantly, look at the similarities. Why do I care? Because in my experience of having investigated and tried together over 10,000, yes, 10,000, after over 10 years trying cases in inner city Atlanta, of cases, perps have a type. And I hate to boil it down to a word, a type. Look at the people Ted Bundy initially picked out, many of his victims.
Again, I'm gonna fast forward past this part because this is like it was not fully updated at this time, but pretty much the far right person has been found. Okay, she's fine and safe.
All slight, thin, white females, long dark hair, typically parted in the middle, brown eyes. They all look alike. They all look similar. Look at the similarities in these three young girls. You cannot get away from it, Brian.
Shocking similarities, Nancy. And what an anomaly to say that we have these three women missing within 10 days of one another in the same county, in the same jurisdiction. This is a major anomaly.
What do you mean by major anomaly? Speak English, man. We're not all with USPA nationwide security. Okay? Act like you're talking to a person who's very fortunate, unlike you and I, that have never been exposed to violent crime. Okay? Talk.
This is out of the ordinary is another way to say it. This is not a pattern you would expect, right?
So obviously when that happened with Dacara and other people were shown as missing too, it was alarming. You know, people were, you know, curious as to what could be happening. But as you can see right here, Ms. Deser has been safely located. So she was already safely located as of September 4th, okay? So if you see people showing these pictures, just update them. Hey, Dacara is, you know, no longer with us. However, Santia, she was safely found, okay? And again, that was posted around the same time. Now, the other woman in the middle, I will have to look up and see if there is something for her, okay? But I do know that Santia was found on the far right, okay?
Going missing within 10 days of one another, and that none of them have turned up yet.
You know, to Dave Mack, I want to talk about the area. We're saying 3 women similar in appearance go missing, all unsolved, in the same county. We are talking about Prince George's County. What, if anything, do we know about Prince George's County? And while, hold on, Dave Mack, while you prepare that answer, I want to look at the video one more time. Another thing I'd want to know, and this is very significant, Randolph Rice joining me from Maryland, former prosecutor, defense attorney, civil attorney at Rice Murtha Soros. You can find him at ricelawmd.com. Randolph, when I look at similar transactions, when I'm preparing a case for trial, and the defense attorney starts gnashing his teeth and switching his tail when I say, hey, I've got 8 similar transactions I want to bring in as evidence. You have to look to see, are the victims similar? Are they similar in appearance? Are they similar in age? For instance, did they all go to the same school? Or were they all in the same class? Did they all work at the same spot or in the same area? One works at the library, one works at the Starbucks across from the library. You look at that. You look at the time of day or night that they go missing. You look at whether boyfriends were involved. You look at how they went missing. Were they all driving their own car? And you look at the area. Did they all disappear within 3 or 4 square blocks? It matters. That's what I'm talking about. And the more points of similarity, why do I care? Because it points to one perp.
Nancy, dare I say we might have a serial kidnapper in that county, and you're exactly right. You know, these consistencies, these are the things that.
Okay, the next person in the middle is actually a woman by the name of Erica Perry, and let's see, has there been an update on Erica Perry? Was last seen on August 25th. And let me see if there was an update. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything yet. So let me keep looking for an update for Erica Perry. So Santia, the far right, was found. Erica Perry's in the middle. I have to see if there's an update. We already know Dacara is no longer with us. So let's all look some more.
Prosecutors like you and I look for, try to develop a case against the person who has potentially taken these 3 women. So you're right. Is it the race? Is it the location? Is it a similar person they're meeting up with? And that's kind of what my theory is here, is that there is somebody that she is meeting, whether it be a potential boyfriend or a love interest, or dare I say, was this something that she was out at 1:30 in the morning, maybe meeting up with with somebody that was a bit nefarious, something like a drug transaction, which I hope that's not the case.
Whoa. Hold on. Stop everything. Rice, don't start with me. This young girl has no history. She doesn't even have a juvenile history.
So what I want to say is this. I did see one post, but I could not find anything further past someone saying, her friend saying that she was meeting up with a weed man. But it's a lot of rumors. I would expect a lot of rumors be circulating saying that he was a weed man. So she's a prostitute. He sells drugs. He's a weed man, and she's trying to get drugs. We don't know until the actual police do their investigation. So I would say, even I have my speculation, and I feel like I don't know if I believe it was consensual the way everything went down. So everyone has their speculations about this whole case. Okay, hold on.
It's really hard to find out. No juvenile history, no current history, no drug problem, no nothing. She's not out meeting a dope dealer. What, all three women are out meeting the same dope dealer? Just stop right there, okay? Do not drag the victim through the mud. We don't know anything like that.
I understand, Nancy, but I think that there obviously is some more to this story, that there's possibly something going on. Like my mother always said, nothing good happens after midnight. Well, this is after midnight, and I'm worried that something bad happened after midnight.
You totally stole that from nearly every single closing argument I've ever given. And now you're saying you got it from your mother. All right, fine. You got it from your mother. That said, I want to talk about the area very quickly. And I agree with almost everything Randolph Rice said. Veteran trial lawyer, former felony prosecutor, now defense and civil. Dave Mack, tell me about this Prince George's County.
All right, like every other county in America, it's pretty spread out, Nancy. And when you look at the area here, we're looking at where Dacara was living with her dad is in Lanham in Prince George's County. Lanham has a very average crime rate, actually a little bit lower than in other areas. However, Hyattsville, Maryland, okay, where we've got Dacara going missing, where we have Erica going missing, that is almost double the crime rate in Hyattsville against the national average. So you have Lanham, Maryland, where Dacara is living with her dad.
Okay, so someone on a post put, according to Hyattsville Police Department, Erica Perry has been located. At the moment, that is the only information that I have. And so I will probably check Hyattsville Police Department for Erica Perry, okay? But that's just that update. Again, that's not official. I'm looking for an official statement from someone, okay? Either family or, police. Found and save Erica Perry located author statewide alert. That's what this is. And the reason I'm going on Erica Perry is because there are 3 women that were missing at the same time. Dacara, Santia, and Erica Perry. So people are thinking that there was some sort of serial stuff going on. And Santia was found. And then now I'm trying to see if Erica Perry. Now, just because, I still believe that he has done other things in the past. But as far as these 3 women, that's why that rumor started, thinking that it was something going on. The Hyattsville Police Department has officially confirmed that Erica Perry, who was reported missing. So let me actually check the Hyattsville Police Department actual page. Okay.
Minimal crime rate or average. However, 9 miles away in Hyattsville, you've got almost double the crime rate. And that's where we have all 3 of these women now going missing from this area around Hyattsville and Riverdale. They butt up against one another. So yes, Prince George's County, but in the community of Hyattsville and Riverdale, where we've got our women going missing, much higher than the national average.
Okay, Brian Fitzgibbons, let's analyze what he just said. If you've got the same perp snatching these women, first of all, if they're being lured, the crime rate area of the area doesn't matter. But See what I mean? Because it's not like random crime. They go out in a high crime rate area and they get mugged and killed or kidnapped or raped. It's high crime. But if it's the same perp, go with me on this. If it's the same perp that is alluring them in some way, he could be doing that from anywhere in Prince George. See what I mean? So crime rate does matter if it's not the same perp. If it is the same perp, then it's not as relevant. I mean, we cannot discount it, Brian.
Yeah, the relevant common connection is where the last known location of all three of these women was in Hyattsville. Okay, so that's going to immediately, and we know a general time for each of them, the date and a general time for each of them. And in Dakara's case, we have a very specific time. So that's going to lead investigators to be able to analyze traffic cam, license plate readers, any security footage around the last known locations of all three women.
Oh my goodness!
To see if there
look
is
at
a common
her.
thread.
Look, guys! Look at her. She's going to a dance or something. Oh my goodness! She's so beautiful. Where is Dacara? Listen.
Daniel Thompson wakes up around 10 a.m. on August 23rd and doesn't see his daughter or her car parked outside. Calling and texting fails to get an answer or reply, so Daniel calls Dakara's mother, Carmen. She hasn't heard from Dacara, so she immediately begins tracking Dakara's iPhone. Her current location was off, but it did show her last known location near the intersection of Jasmine Terrace and Riggs Road.
In the last hours, news about Dacara. Dave Mack, what have you learned?
Nancy, police have been playing the investigation close to the vest, but in a shocking turn of events, police now say they were able to find additional surveillance video from the night.
Okay,
Dacara
hold on. I think I found something here. Let me go back to that photo of Erica. Where is it? Yeah, okay. So that was Erica in the pink shirt. So let me show y'all this real quick. So this is Erica in that pink shirt, right? And you see the picture. And then you go to Hyattsville Police Department on their actual Twitter page. Right here, it says located. And you can see that's her picture right there with the braids and then the pink shirt. That's her photo, but they blurred it out, but you can still see it, right? And it says located. And then it says a missing person who we posted on September 1st, 2025 has been located. Thank you to everyone who shared the post to help find the person. For privacy purposes, the original post has been removed and no further information will be released. So now we know that Santia was found, Erica Perry was found, and Dacara is the one that we know is no longer with us. So that whole thing about the whole serial thing, thinking that all three women could be a victim of him, no. However, is it possible that there are actual victims of him out there somewhere? Yeah, but it's just not these three women, okay? So again, that whole serial thing was spread because these three women were all missing around the same time, okay? Now we know that two are actually saved. So now, yeah, okay, hold on.
Car in front of a fire hydrant facing the wrong direction. In this new video, it shows what happened after Dacara walks past the post office receptacle that was sitting there, and it reveals another vehicle, a black SUV, and the driver inside begins talking to Dacara. Now, something we've learned about Dacara, Nancy, is that she's not a great driver, and considering the time of night, it's like 1:30 in the morning when she parks her car, and how her car is parked, in front of a fire hydrant the wrong direction, and you can tell it's parked several feet off the curb. Is it possible that she was confused and maybe even lost, and she's talking to the man in the black SUV for just a moment, and then gets in the vehicle? He somehow convinces her to get in? Investigators are able to track that vehicle. This is the big issue here. Investigators are able to track that black SUV to a home in the 12,000 block of Cambridge Drive in Bowie, Maryland, more than 25 miles away from where she parked her car in Hyattsville.
Dave Mack, do we know a COD?
Nancy, a search warrant was served early today at the home on Cambridge Drive in Bowie, Maryland. In particular, they searched the room where Hugo Hernandez Mendez lives. Evidence indicates Dacara was murdered in that room. Then her body was moved to the location where it was found. No cause of death has been released at this time.
And obviously, they're going to go through her phone records to see who she called and text and things like that. And obviously, they're going to see if there's anything. How do these two link or connect? Are there is his number in her phone? Is programmed in there, recently added? They're going to see what kind of connection they actually have.
Dave, May, I don't understand how her body is found 20 miles away, at least 20 miles away from her car.
Still a lot of unanswered questions at this point. We don't know why suspect Hugo Hernandez Mendez was in Hyattsville, Maryland at the time he came in contact with Dacara. However, Dacara does get in his SUV. He takes her back to his room in Bowie where he allegedly kills her, and then drives another 20 miles from Bowie to where he dumps her body near Annapolis, Maryland.
Dave Mack, who is the perp?
The suspect is Hugo Hernandez Mendez.
So let me actually go over what happened with Dacara. Okay, so as far as the route. Okay, so this is how investigators believe her last night unfolded. So Lanham, Maryland, August 22nd, around 10 p.m. She leaves her father's house in Lanham. It's just after 10 at night, and then her last text, she promises she'll be back soon, but obviously she never returns. And now we fast forward, Hyattsville, Maryland, August 23rd, 3 a.m. Cameras capture her pulling into Hyattsville near the Galaxy nightclub on University Boulevard. She parks her white Ford Edge, steps out, and walks toward Riggs Road. And waiting there is this monster in a black GMC Yukon, Denali. She approaches the SUV, exchanges a few words, and then climbs inside. And this is the last time she's pretty much seen alive. Okay. As far as Hugo, he pretty much was saying that that was, he was at at the Galaxy nightclub, and he was supposed to be, I guess, meeting with his ex-girlfriend, but that didn't happen or fall through. I mean, it fell through, right? So that's where they were at. Like, he was parked right near that Galaxy nightclub on University Boulevard. So let me actually pull this up really quickly. And then, so then there's going to be Bowie, Maryland, Cambridge Drive. So Cambridge Drive is where this monster lives. So from around, let's say, 3:47 a.m. to 5:03 a.m., cell phone records trace her to 12606 Cambridge Drive. The suspect's home in Bowie for over an hour. Her phone is active in that house and until exactly around 5:03 a.m. where it's no longer active, when it goes dark forever. Inside that home, evidence later shows she was assaulted and unalived, like battered, like her fractured face and her face. Okay. Hold on one second. So with that, let's go back one more time. Okay. So in that area, that South River area, there's a bridge, and that's probably where he threw her body over. That's just my speculation that he threw her body over that. Okay. Because there's a what is it? The bridge, and then the South River right there. So the Soft River Bridge. So hold on a second. So it's like 45 to an hour, depending like the whole like from one place to the next, but then they stop at his home for a while. Okay. Hold on a second. So this bridge right here, I'm sure he probably knew, of course, where this bridge was, and he also knew there's a body of water, and obviously he wants to get rid of the evidence and get rid of her body. So he wants to dump her body. So by daylight, the suspect is on. So this is back to where the house is at, going towards his house. Okay. Let me pause it really quickly. So by daylight, the suspect is on the move. Detectives believe he drives eastbound on Route 50, carrying her body out of Bowie toward the South River just past the bridge. Investigators say he discards her remains into the grassy area near the water. So he doesn't it says in a grassy area near the water. It would take over a week before troopers discover her. Okay, so grassy area near the water. And then August 31st, Maryland State Police locate her body off Route 50 near the South River Bridge. It's confirmed days later the car is gone and an investigation becomes a homicide. Okay, hold on just a second. So it says into a grassy area near the water. Hold on. So now this is at Cambridge where he lives. Okay, hold on. So once you leave Cambridge, and then now it's gonna take you to where he discards her body. So once he leaves his home to discard her body, he heads towards that South River Bridge. Okay. And once you get on that bridge, you can start seeing the body of water as well. And it's like a lot of grassy area near there. Okay, hold on. Where is it? So let's do like a 360. Now, someone went by there and they said they saw flowers outside of the home, as if it was like how people put flowers outside of somewhere where someone is deceased or unalived or they lost their life. You can see the signs on the road right there, South River. Okay. And if you actually look past and over the bridge, you can see obviously the water, okay? And then you can see the surrounding area of that river. There's a lot of grassy areas, trees, and things like that. So this is where he chose to pretty much in this vicinity to discard her body. And then I'm just making a 360 going around it to show you the surrounding area around the bridge, okay? So somewhere in this area, he discarded her body. And then, hold on. So this is the home right here where the homicide occurred, that he lives with roommates and others in this home, the suspect, okay? Well, you know, now he's incarcerated. And I just showed you already that this is the home. So with this home and a lot of people living in this home, how could no one hear violence and a lot of violence to where someone is unalived? Are you gonna tell me that she didn't make any noises? I'm just now. There is a roommate that said he heard grunting noises as if someone were and sex noises as if someone wasn't enjoying it. But I have, you know, some people make noises when there is a altercation, which the police believe there was altercation because of the fractures and that she was unalived in there. So I don't know. So this is like the neighborhood that it occurred in. And then it's a house right here. So this is the house right there with the green shutters. So once he leaves here, he heads towards that Soft River Bridge. And he drives for a long period of time because he wants to get to, you know, a good place to, you know, discard the body. So he's at they're at the house, and they believe that she was unalived in that bedroom. He leaves the house, makes his way off Bridge, and makes his way towards South River to where he can discard the body. Okay, so let's go back to Nancy Grace. I just want to give you a visualization of from start to finish, or kind of like the location where she went into his vehicle, then they went to his home, and then she was, of course, discarded. Okay, so let's go back to Nancy Grace really quick.
He's 35 years old in the United States illegally. Here's the kicker. Hernandez Mendez was arrested back in April on a DUI charge, but he was released pending his trial and appearance in court. Now, he's sitting in jail charged with first and second degree murder. He is in custody and being held without bond.
On September 5th, detectives from the Prince George's County Police Department's Homicide Division developed probable cause to present charges for the murder of Dacara Thompson. This morning, criminal charges were issued for first degree and second degree murder.
WSA 9. Please join us on our mission to find missing people, especially children, to solve unsolved homicides. If you're on the go, catch.
Dacara is nowhere around. Daniel Thompson calls police. Inside the car, they find Dakara's purse with $60 cash, her driver's license, debit cards, bank cards, and house keys.
On September 4th, several search warrants were obtained and executed pertaining to this.
So she left the vehicle with her money in there. Why would someone leave their vehicle with their money inside? Obviously, I guess, with their debit cards and certain things.
Case, which led detectives to obtain enough probable cause to take Hugo Rene Hernandez Mendez into custody and present him to the court commissioner for the murder of Dacara Thompson.
WSA 9. Back to the facts of the case. Dr. Kendall Crowns is joining us, renowned medical examiner, chief medical examiner in Tarrant County, that's Fort Worth. He is an esteemed lecturer at the Burnett School of Medicine at TCU, and he's a star of a new hit podcast, Mayhem in the Morgue. All that's well and good, but what I care about is the literally thousands and thousands of autopsies and investigations he has performed. Dr. Kendall Crowns, this is why I say I believe she was taken in a car or she's in a structure. Because if they are doing the search, as I believe that they are, cadaver dogs and scent dogs would have been brought out. A cadaver dog will hit on dead tissue, dead human tissue. How long would tissue, a body, how long would it take until a cadaver dog would sense it? When does the body start decomposing? There's really not a nice way to put this. When does the body begin to smell?
So bodies start decomposing the moment after they die. Body starts breaking down the minute your heart stops ceasing, you start breaking down. But what you're talking about is when it gets to the moderate stage of decomposition, when the body begins to bloat and gases begin to form and you start getting the smell of death, which people like to talk about. So that would be at about 2 days, 2 to 3 days ish, depending on the weather. If it's hot outside, it would be quicker. If it's cold outside, it'd be slower. But on average, under perfect circumstances, about 2 to 3 days, you'll start seeing the bloat, the green discoloration, and you'll start seeing you start smelling the gases that are formed. That's usually when the vultures start circling.
Dr. Kendall Crowns, I'm going to ignore the vulture imagery and move forward with a scientific discussion of bloat. Why does the body bloat? And is that when the body begins to smell?
So bloating is the swelling of the body from the decompositional gases produced by the bacteria in your body, breaking you down into like a liquid form, basically. And the bloating that occurs, it causes the body to diffusely swell the face, the breast, the abdomen, the genitalia. And that is from the gas that is being formed, and the gas being formed is what causes the smell.
Dr. Kendall Crowns, you've dealt with this literally thousands of times. Are you saying that after 2 to 3 days, cadaver dogs would absolutely have hit on her if she were lying out in the open?
I would think so, yes.
Dr. Kendall Crowns, would it matter the COD cause of death? Would her body be more quickly findable by cadaver dogs if she had been shot versus asphyxiated versus ligature strangling versus stabbed. The manner, the cause of death, does that in any way enhance the smell for dogs to find?
So decomposition rates can be affected by the manner or the cause in which the individual died. In times when they're beaten or strangled, or where there's a large amount of physical activity associated with the death, that will actually increase the rate of decomposition.
Okay, so also let's go ahead and get into the actual report for those that missed it. And also I want to look into who all is in the home. Who all is in that home to where no one heard anything besides one witness heard something, grunting noises and someone not enjoying the sex. No one heard any, so that person didn't hear any fighting or hitting, someone being beat, because she was her face was fractured, or she was beat as well.
Cause the individual to decompose faster. So yes, it matters if they're beaten or strangled, but if they're shot or stabbed, it may not matter. Also, if they're using some sort of drug like cocaine or methamphetamine, that can also increase the rate of decomposition and make the smell occur quicker.
You see where I'm going with this, Brian Fitzgibbons, USPA Nationwide Security? That's what I'm saying. She is not lying out in a forested area or in a dump or behind a Dixie dumpster. She hasn't been thrown in a trash bag on the street behind one of those buildings we were looking at that video. Let's take a look at the video again, because dogs would have found her immediately. They haven't. That tells me she may have been taken in a vehicle or she's in a structure. What do you think?
Yeah, and adding to your point, this area that she was last seen is densely populated, number of large apartment complexes nearby. If she were somewhere laying in that area, hidden in that area, she would have been discovered pretty quickly.
Let's analyze this. Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter. The dad uses the Find My iPhone app. He arrives at Jasmine Terrace in Riggs. Okay, important note right here. The dad, when he realizes, wakes up, sees she hasn't responded to texts and calls, he immediately calls 911. You know what that tells me? That hold on, let me go to Bethany on this, Dave. Hold on. Bethany, that tells me that this was not an every night occurrence. Because if she routinely didn't show up the next morning.
And that's exactly what I said, that there had to be some sort of rapport with her father to stay in contact and communication, and that she came home at certain times, or she at least told him or kept him up to date as far as her, I'm gonna come back, I'm returning, or there was an open line of communication. So that's why he knew that something had to be wrong and something had to be up, because she's not responding to messages. She's not home, and this is unusual behavior. So that's what I picked up on immediately.
He wouldn't call police. He'd go, she slept out again. No, right. He immediately calls police. That tells me something, Bethany.
She never stays out all night. This is extremely unusual behavior for her. So something did happen to her the night before. That's what it tells me.
Back to Dave Mack. He uses Find My iPhone app, and we've seen that in a lot of other cases. And he gets to Jasmine Terrace and Riggs Road, that's Hyattsville. He finds her white Ford Edge parked, as pointed out earlier by Fitzgibbons, wrong direction in front of a fire hydrant. He immediately calls police in the car. They find, well, you tell me, what did they find in Dacara's car?
Nancy, they found her purse with $60 cash in it. They found her car keys. They didn't find her key fob, but we see when she's walking away, it looks like she's using the key fob to lock it. They found everything except her phone and, again, the key fob. Everything else left in the car. And by the way, it's left on top of the seat. It was like she got out, but was planning to come right back. Parked in front of that fire hydrant going the wrong way. Not known as a great driver. But it seems odd that she would leave all of those things sitting right there, like she was just hopping out for a minute. And but she never comes back. That's why, God love her, her mother, Carmen, actually, where they found the vehicle, she stayed there. She stayed there waiting to see if her daughter would come back for 48 hours, Nancy. For 48 hours, this mother, Carmen, you see the picture of her right there? She waited for 48 hours in that spot, praying, hoping her daughter would come back, looking for her car.
You know, Dave, Matt, my heart's already breaking. But to think of her mother refusing to leave Dakara's car, just standing there, waiting, pacing, crying, begging, praying, waiting to see her daughter walk around the corner of one of those apartment complexes and come back to mom. To Randolph Rice joining us, former prosecutor, current defense attorney, and civil lawyer. This is important. Why do I care if she was going to come straight back to the car? She wasn't planning on leaving the jurisdiction. She wasn't going on a trip. She wasn't going away for the weekend, because nobody in their right mind, and she was texting and speaking coherently and joyfully up until she disappeared. Nobody in their right mind would leave money, their pocketbook, driver's license, debit cards, bank cards, and house keys on the seat. No, that would not happen. This is telling us something. What about it, Randolph?
Well,
obviously, to me, this was something supposed to be quick and fast. It was not something that was supposed to be for a long time, or where she expected to need money, or as far as debit cards and other things. I don't think that she planned that it would be it would take that, it would be a long, some sort of long thing happening. I don't know what happened, y'all, but I can't wait until more details come out. And Hugo obviously was talking at first a little bit, but then started saying that he wanted to lawyer up and didn't want to speak. He had nothing to do with any of this. So there's not like a confession, obviously. So with that being said, there is ICE involvement, so immigration is involved. I'm going to actually pull up a post from immigration that they posted to their Twitter page in just a second. Okay, hold on.
Well, what this also tells us is this is not a robbery or a theft. So the fact that those items are still in her car, whatever happened, the next step, whatever we see outside, we don't see outside of this frame, didn't involve somebody coming back to the car to get those items, which is very telling to a prosecutor. That could be something that, again, there's somebody else involved outside of this frame. This is where cell phone records come into play, because you've got the pinging off of towers all around this area. And my thought is, if I'm the prosecutor, I'm getting my detectives to start collecting cell phone tower data immediately to try to find a connection.
And with all of those apartments and businesses, clearly they've got Ring door cams, they have surveillance video. Where is it? I want to see it. Guys, you are looking at a 19-year-old teen girl who's staying the summer with dad, says, hey, I'm going out, I'll be right back. She's never seen again. This, as we now know, 3 women disappearing over the last weeks in the same area. This was not a carjack. This was not a theft. What was it? Listen.
Her purse was in her car.
So again, I'm going to keep on repeating this for new people. Spread the message that the 3 women missing, Santia, Dacara, and also Erica, everyone has been found out of those 3 women. But of course, we already know Dacara is the one that is no longer with us. Okay. So at this time, when Nancy was reporting on this and getting ready to upload this, there were 3 women missing, but not at this point. It's just Dacara now that is, So when it was 3 women missing all at once, that's when the whole serial thing was going around. Okay.
It had $60 cash in it.
The only thing she had with her was her phone and her key fob.
Mom, Carmen Thompson, says since all of Dakara's money, wallet, and purse were in the seat of her vehicle, she thought she was coming right back. The only thing Dacara has with her when she leaves her car is her phone and key fob. As the search begins for Dacara, her mother won't leave and remains at the spot where her SUV was parked for the next 48 hours, waiting for her daughter to return.
I sat there for 2 days, for 48 hours, just to see if she or someone else would come back to look for the car. And nobody ever came back.
WSA 9.
When she left her father's home the night of August 22nd, she said she was going to get some gas and be out for a bit, but would return shortly. Investigators find surveillance footage at a Shell gas station at the Eastgate Shopping Center in Lanham, Prince George's County, showing Dacara getting out of her 2013 white Ford Edge as she gets gas. This is before the vehicle was parked in front of a fire hydrant facing the wrong direction in Hyattsville, about 9 miles away from her father's home in Lanham.
She hasn't used any money, so I'm like, what is she eating? She has the same clothes for 7 days. Something has to be wrong. Somebody has her. Somebody has her.
That from our friends at WSA 9. And you hear mom saying, what is she eating? Is she starving? She hasn't used her money, her debit cards, credit cards. She's wearing the same clothes for 7 days. Something is wrong. Somebody has her. That's what mom is saying. Now, in the last hours, listen.
We believe the murder occurred in the home on Cambridge Drive in Hernandez's bedroom.
So I showed y'all Cambridge Drive already. So let's go ahead and look at this video really quickly.
Rafael Sanchez Cruz has been covering the investigation there. Rafa, you spoke to the accused killer's cousin and learned some insight into how this arrest all played out.
Yeah, Lorenzo, Annie, this is a really layered case. So let me walk you through it. Yesterday, investigators executed a search warrant at this home right behind me. But today, there were federal agents back here to arrest a different man. Now, the cousin of Hugo Hernandez Mendez tells me that they found blood inside her cousin's bedroom, that blood belonging to Dacara Thompson.
So blood was found in the bedroom, and someone else at this home has now been arrested. Not involving Dacara, but involving I guess there's immigration issues going on. But look at all the vehicles outside. So no one in this house heard anything, even though she was unalive in this house. And no one heard anything besides grunting noises of someone not enjoying sex. But the person that heard the grunting noises how can you hear the grunting noise of someone not enjoying sex, but don't hear anything else of how her skull and her face is her face is fractured, her skull is fractured. So it doesn't make any sense to me, okay, not to hear more. Hold on.
It's in the side bedroom of this Bowie home where investigators say Dacara Thompson was killed. I never thought a family member would do something like that. We are distraught.
So this is the cousin saying she never thought a family member would do something like that. She's distraught. She's like, I can't believe he did this, like, and in the home.
The cousin of Hugo Hernandez Mendez agreed to speak only if her face was not shown. We will call her Maria. She says her cousin, an immigrant from Guatemala, lived with her family and other relatives, but recently she rarely saw him and his behavior changed.
Wow, here we go. She said that his behavior has changed and that I guess he's like an immigrant and illegal. He has been living with different people in the family. It sounds like someone that couch surfers or goes from place to place within the family.
It's very unfortunate that we have to live in a society where predators are always lurking.
Neighbors are still in shock.
I just felt that there was a need for me to come out and extend my condolences to the family.
Oh my goodness, it's connected.
Tracy Franklin says Maryland State Troopers visited her home as part of the investigation.
I am very glad to see that coverage is happening and awareness of a young African-American woman missing, because a lot of times that doesn't happen.
Maria says her husband was also taken by investigators for questioning yesterday, but was released.
Oh, okay. So her husband was her husband was taken by I guess investigators, probably for questioning, just a question about what happened with this. To be honest, it's just suspicious that no one heard anything further than just those noises of grunting. It's like someone not enjoying sex, but no one heard anything else. So the police obviously might even be suspicious themselves as to how no one in this house knew what was going on here. And also, they state that other like women's garments were found in this man's room. Like, so who does the other garments belong to? Is it a girlfriend, an ex-girlfriend, or a stranger? Who does this stuff belong to? Hold on.
Morning, she says federal immigration agents were back at their home. This time,
So federal immigration, as I said before, are back at the home as well.
for her husband,
For her husband.
who is an undocumented immigrant from Mexico.
Porque no traen una orden para mi esposo.
They did not have an order for my husband or a warrant for me. They simply handcuffed him and took him. Maria insists her husband has nothing to do with the alleged crime.
So, child, they're trying to cover their bases now because when Ugo, I keep forgetting, I think the H is silent. I've been saying Hugo. Ugo, he was arrested before for DUI earlier this year. And people are wondering, hey, he was arrested for DUI earlier this year. He's an illegal immigrant. Why was he not, deported, kept detained? And if you had detained him, then he would not have been out here to unalive Dacara. That's what people are saying, right? And so now, obviously, the police are trying to cover their bases of like, who else is in this home that's undocumented or illegal? And, what can they possibly do before, they don't want it to circulate media that there's other things going on here. So they definitely want to be on top of it. Okay. So she's saying that her husband, undocumented, it looks like, was
Her
taken.
young children standing right next to her. She says her husband was taken despite his full cooperation in the criminal investigation. She has this message for Dakara's parents.
Yo soy madre, entiendo a la madre, entiendo al padre. Yo soy
I am a
madre.
So yeah, so even though he's cooperating with the investigation, he's undocumented, so he was taken. Okay.
Entiendo a la madre, entiendo al padre. Yo soy
I am a
madre.
mother. I understand her mother and father. I have children. I hope God gives them strength through this difficult situation. I really lament that it was a family member of mine, my cousin. I am really sorry.
Yeah, we did reach out to ICE to know more details about the arrest of Maria's husband, but we have yet to hear back. Lorenzo, Annie, this community still processing this horrible tragedy. Back to you.
So yeah, so now someone else in their home has been arrested or taken in by immigration, and it's unrelated to the actual. It's not because they're involved in Dacara. It's because they are undocumented and they found out, and that's what it is. So that's the second arrest. Okay. Yeah.
Her body was taken to the location that it was recovered at by Hernandez. At this time, there are no additional suspects. However, this investigation is ongoing.
WSA 9. Okay, Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter. Let me understand. A body has been found near another disabled car.
Correct.
Authorities are saying the body is not connected to the disabled car. I'm not really sure how they know that, but that's what they're saying. They're also saying they have not identified the body. All I want is a yes, no. Is all that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Kendall Crowns joining me, Chief Medical Examiner, Tarrant County, and star of Mayhem in the Morgue podcast. Dr. Crowns, what? They can't ID the body? And now, wait a minute. That's been several days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days.
Well, this is like, again, a little outdated. We have, we do know they have identified the body as Dacara. And as Mickey said in the chat, there were like 3 people missing at the same time. So they definitely have to make sure that they actually do a report and, evaluate everything and make sure they have the right person who they found. So once they did the autopsy and things, they say, yes, it is actually Dacara. So I just want to show y'all this really quickly. And this is actually from immigration on their actual Twitter page. And let's see what day this was. This was September 5th. And they said Hugo or Hernandez Mendez, an illegal alien from Guatemala, has been charged with first and second degree murder and the gruesome death of a 19-year-old Dacara Thompson. ICE has issued a detainer for this criminal illegal alien, and justice will be served for this Maryland family. So that's actually from their official page, ICE, with 961,000 followers at ICE.gov. Okay, so they said justice will be served for this Maryland family and a detainer for this criminal illegal alien. So yeah. Now, of course, people are saying, why wasn't he detained before, when earlier this year for his DUI, which is a great question. A lot of times in a lot of cases, especially with unalive and even sexual assault, there is a time before where the person was arrested for something and they got a slap on the wrist, they got let out, they got out of jail, something happened where they slipped through the cracks, and then they later went on to unalive, commit more crimes, and just do more stuff. So we have to actually think about once you have someone in custody for a serious crime, or even if they are illegal, they have committed a crime like that, or even for DUI, or and you're supposed to detain the person, then hey, you have to detain the person if that's the law, right? So another thing I dislike about the whole thing is that we have to still keep it in mind that everyone that's undocumented and illegal isn't a criminal, because that's the image that people want to paint, that everyone illegal or undocumented is a criminal, and that's not the case. However, some are, just like some are in any group of people. Okay, hold on. In this case, once he committed that crime, he should have been detained, and if he had been detained, then the car will still be here, because he would not have been out here to do this. Okay?
Going on 6, you can get a DNA match within 24 hours. It's not going to be a 1 in 5 million DNA match, but it'll be a 1 in 800 DNA match. So if they can't ID the body, why can't they look at the body and tell me, is it her? Is she wearing the same clothes? I can see her clothes that she's wearing. That makes me wonder, is the body unclothed? Is the face disfigured? I mean, we've had plenty of time for a DNA match, Dr. Crowns.
That's correct. You can get DNA matches quite quickly on individuals with rapid DNA screens.
Okay, what is that, rapid DNA screen?
Rapid DNA, the crime labs that we use here in Texas have rapid DNA screens where I know they can do a rapid analysis to get identifications on bodies quicker than the average DNA turnaround times.
Okay, I think I might have lost audio on the browser. So we also have a neighbor that noticed suspicious behavior. So one of the family members noticed that Hugo, I'm gonna say Hugo, child, because listen, they noticed that his behavior changed recently. A change. One of the neighbors noticed something's fishy or suspicious. So what can people do if they start noticing that someone in their family is acting off or strange or weird? And I do believe that this guy, it wasn't his first time. The way he carried this out, the way he went and discarded her body, and how everything went, I don't believe this was his first time doing something like this. I don't. I don't. And then how he's like, wanting a lawyer and not really wanting to talk a little bit, but not too much to give, it's just like, I feel like this guy has done things before. I just have a feeling. What and where. He could have even did it in Guatemala. I don't know, but I just feel like this guy, wasn't his first time doing something like this. Okay. Yeah. So anyways, let me reshare this really quick. So let's see what one of the neighbors had to say about this guy. What did one of the neighbors have to say? Hold on.
Dakar's disappearance.
Cody tells Fox 5 he lives next door to the alleged illegal immigrant who police say killed Dacara Thompson inside of his bedroom in a Bowie, Maryland home. Cody says early in the morning on August 23rd, he stepped outside of his home and saw something burning in the suspect's backyard. He says he still can't believe this happened.
I'm terrified. This could happen next door to my house, in my neighborhood. Like, my wife sits regularly in between the two houses and smokes late at night. This girl deserves justice. Whatever justice can be given in this world, she deserves it. My heart goes out to her family. I can't even imagine.
Burning. What could he have been burning? Maybe because they said something about naked body was found. So maybe clothing.
And I have a daughter myself, and I can't even imagine the grief that they're going through right now.
Police say they found bloodstains, women's lingerie, hair from a wig consistent with one Dacara Thompson wore, and a fingernail that matches one missing from Thompson's hand. An autopsy reveals she had skull and facial fractures.
Yeah, this is just really sad. ICE officials tell us that Hernandez Mendez is in the country illegally. U.S. Park Police arrested him in April on a DUI, but for some reason, he was released. Fox 5 exclusive. The neighbor of the suspect accused of killing 19-year-old Dacara Thompson is speaking out this morning. We're talking about Cody Parson here, who says that he witnessed suspicious behavior of the 35-year-old Hugo Hernandez Mendez following Dakara's disappearance.
Cody tells Fox 5 he lives next door to the alleged illegal immigrant who police say killed Dacara Thompson inside of his bedroom in a Bowie, Maryland home. Cody says early in the morning on August 23rd, he stepped outside of his home and saw something burning in the suspect's backyard. He says he still can't believe this happened.
I'm terrified. This could happen next door to my house, in my neighborhood. Like, my wife sits regularly in between the two houses and smokes late at night. This girl deserves justice. Whatever justice can be given in this world, she deserves it.
For people just getting here, I would say start from the beginning because some questions in the chat I have already addressed. Okay, hold on.
My heart goes out to her family. I can't even imagine. I have a daughter myself, and I can't even imagine the grief that they're going through right now.
Police say they found bloodstains, women's lingerie, hair from a wig consistent with one Dacara Thompson wore, and a fingernail that matches one missing from Thompson's hand.
So I actually want to get into the actual report for those that did miss it. Okay, so hold on just a second. Shout out to Judy Coles. I appreciate you for the super sticker. Y'all, something. Yes, thank you so much for the fan funding. Again, shout out to Judy Coles for the fan funding. Shout out to Sister Nova in the building. Happy 9-month anniversary to you. Y'all, happy 9-month anniversary. And sending a single rose right back at you. I appreciate it. Shout out to you. Shout out to Leslie in the building. Thank you so much for the fan funding. Super sticker. Again, shout out to Leslie. Thank you so much for the funding. I appreciate the support. And let me get one more shout out while I'm here. Shout out to Shrine for gifting a membership. If you are gifted a membership, please say thank you to Shrine for the gifted membership. Again, please say thank you for the gifted membership. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by hitting that like button. And I appreciate y'all all for being here. So let's go ahead and get into a little bit more on Dacara. For those that actually missed it, I suggest you start. Number one, I have one live that this is like I did a Dacara marathon where I went over a lot of details. And then also, if you're just getting here now, start from the very beginning of this video where I address a lot of the questions that are from the chat. Okay. and then work your way to here. Maybe put it on 2x, okay? But yeah, let's go ahead and get into now. What I will go over one more time is actually the actual affidavit of probable cause, so you can have an understanding of what happened with this case. Okay. Once you actually listen to this actual affidavit and what really happened, you'll notice that a lot of the rumors circulating don't make sense or would not make sense based on the actual facts. That's why it's important to wait for police to do their investigation and people to actually get evidence first before just believing what's circulating on social media. So hold on one second. So right here, it says Mendez, which we will call Hugo, okay? Hugo says, who will hereafter be referred to as the defendant. At this time, the defendant was detained and transported to the Criminal Investigation Division Homicide Unit for further investigation. The black 2007 GMC Yukon that he was driving was impounded by Ryan Stone and transported to the Prince George's Evidence Unit for further processing. Detectives had the opportunity to interview the defendant. Detectives advised the defendant of his Miranda rights, at which time he freely and voluntarily waived his rights and elected to speak with detectives. The defendant advised detectives that on August 23rd, 2025, he was at the Galaxy nightclub. Let it be noted that detectives know that the Galaxy nightclub is located at 2301 University Boulevard, which I actually showed you all right on the map. And well, I didn't actually show you the actual club, but I showed you, you know, the route of what the timeline. Let it be noted that detectives know that the Galaxy nightclub is located at 2301 University Boulevard. So they said, let's see, 2301 University Boulevard in Hyattsville. So I'm looking at the club, and let me show y'all a picture of what's going on here. So Galaxy nightclub. In Hyattsville, Maryland. Let's look at this page really quick. And as you can see right there, 2301 University Boulevard. Trying to see if a good picture. So they did not. She did not go inside. Okay, she left her vehicle and went straight to his vehicle. Okay, so let's go back to the actual. So it says right here, detectives know that the Galaxy nightclub is located at 2301 University Boulevard, Hyattsville, Maryland. This location is directly across from where the Dacara was observed entering into the black 2007 GMC Yukon. And it says, furthermore, the defendant advised detectives that he was in possession of the black Yukon. On August 23rd, 2025, at approximately 200 hours, it says the defendant advised he was supposed to meet his ex-girlfriend, but he never did. So he was actually supposed to be meeting his ex-girlfriend, but he never did. That's what he said. When detectives questioned him further into the investigation, the defendant denied any involvement and asked detectives if he could have a lawyer. So at first he was waiving his rights and electing to freely speak. But when they pushed and asked further questions, he wanted to stop. And he said he didn't have any involvement with anything with the car, which we know is a lie. And he wanted a lawyer. And at that time, the interview ended. And then it says on September 4th, 2025, at approximately 9:05 hours, a residential search warrant was conducted at his home at that 12606 Kimbridge Drive, Bowie, Prince George's County, Maryland. Detectives made contact with multiple other occupants of the residence whose names are known to the police. All occupants of the residence were detained and transported to the Criminal Investigation Division Homicide Unit for further investigation. Detectives had the opportunity to interview the occupants of the residence. Detectives spoke with witness one, whose identity is known to the police, who advised that it lives at the residence with its family, its cousin, the defendant, and two other roommates. So in my opinion, this is the actual female, and because it says it's cousin, and the female that was just interviewed from the home and through the window, she said she was the cousin of Hugo, right? And it says it's cousin, the defendant, and two other roommates. So it's her at the home, Hugo, the one that was arrested, and then two other roommates. Witness one advised that the black 2007 Yukon is registered to her. So I guess that's her car. But her cousin, the defendant, Hugo, is the only one who operates it. So it's her car. It's registered to her, but her cousin is the one that uses it. And she's the one that, was like shocked that a family could do this. She said that he has changed recently and that she, sent her heartfelt sympathies to the family. Witness one advised that his cousin, the defendant, has a drinking and drug problem. So she's acknowledging they're putting it, so I guess to protect her. But witness one advised that his cousin, the defendant, has a drinking and drug problem. So she's saying that he does drugs and he drinks, and not just casually, that it's a problem. When someone says something is a problem, that person is abusing the substance. They're abusing the alcohol. They are abusing the drugs, right? So let's go down further. It says detectives, so that's witness one. And now let's go to witness two. Detectives spoke with witness two, whose identity is known to police. And this person advised that its room is right next to the defendant's room. Witness to advise on August 23rd, 2025, it recalled hearing the defendant having sex around 500 hours. Witness to advise it could hear a grunting noise, which made it believe that someone was not enjoying the sex. So this witness says someone was not enjoying the sex. It was grunting noise. It didn't seem pleasurable. It didn't seem like the person wants. So if you felt like someone wasn't, so I guess it's not saying like noise like someone not wanting it, but just wasn't enjoying the sex is how they interpret it. I mean, remember, this is that person's perception that someone wasn't. He recognized, hey, the defendant is in there having, like, there is sexual noises going on, sex is going on, intercourse, intimacy, something is going on in there, and whoever he's with, he believes that person is not enjoying it. Okay. So let's go to the next page. So if you actually want to say that she's a sex worker, wouldn't you think that a sex worker, whether they enjoy the sex or not, wouldn't you say it's their job to pretend like they're enjoying it? Would it be smart for a sex worker to have, customers and grunt and make noises of not enjoying it and not wanting it and not being involved? Would that make sense for her to be a prostitute that's making grunting noises of not liking it or not wanting the encounter? Because isn't it their job to, that makes sense? So the whole sex worker thing, I don't know. I will have to see police actually put that out as evidence. For me, I don't think a sex worker will be making noises as if they are not enjoying the sex, because wouldn't that throw off customers? Johns, okay? So let's go on and continue. Hold on. So, witness 2 further stated that after a period of time, it remembers all noises in the room ceased, and then it was silence. So, after a period of time, the witness noticed that it was quiet and all the noises had ceased. It was silent. So, after a period of time, all noises. So all noises. So in my opinion, you say noises as in plural. So you only said something about, right here it says grunting noises, as if someone is not enjoying the sex. So I would say the grunting stopped and the noises stopped. Okay, that could also be plural. But is it possible you heard other sounds or anything else? So, besides just the grunting noises, because she was also beat, right? Well, her face and her skull and stuff, face fractures. Okay, we'll get into that. It says, witness 2 then states that it falls asleep. So maybe the noises were keeping the witness 2 up, and then once it was silent, they could then go to sleep. I don't know. And it says, witness 2 then states that it falls asleep. Later that same day, after waking up, witness 2 remembers walking outside of the residence on August 23rd, 2025 at approximately 1200 hours and observing the black Yukon that the suspect, the perpetrator, defendant Hugo operates, was not parked in front of the house. Witness 2 thought this was weird because it knows the defendant does not work on Saturdays, and the black 2007 Yukon should have been parked out front. Detectives spoke with witness 3, whose identity is known to police, and witness 4, whose identity is known to police, who advised that they had no recollection of August 23rd and that they stay on the opposite side of the house from the defendant. So stand on the opposite side of the house would state or imply that they are too far away to hear anything on the opposite side of the house. However, the witness 2, who is right next to that room or close to it, would then be able to hear something. So let's keep going. A search of the residence at that 12,606 Cambridge Drive, Bowie, Maryland, was conducted in which multiple items of evidentiary value were recovered. Detectives located a bedroom in the front side of the residence. Detectives observed identifying documentation to include a social security card, identification cards, and work pay stubs belonging to the defendant. Upon visual inspection of the bedroom, multiple areas were observed with what appears to be suspected blood evidence. A blood test was conducted on those areas with the suspected blood evidence, which yielded positive results. And then it says suspected blood droplets were also observed on the defendant's mattress located in the bedroom. A white and pink fake French manicure style fingernail was located on the floor of the bedroom. Detectives know that the Dacara had white and pink fake French manicure style fingernails when she was found deceased. Detectives also noted that when the car was found, she was missing the white and pink French manicure style fingernail on her left middle finger. So detectives were able to review a photo of the car's white and pink fake French manicure style fingernails and were able to identify that the nails in the photo are consistent with the nail recovered from the bedroom floor. So they found one of her nails, manicure style nails, were on his bedroom floor. So why would her nail be on the bedroom floor? Further, detectives recovered multiple pairs of women's underwear and lingerie. Where did multiple pairs of women's underwear and lingerie come from? We see the car getting out of her vehicle. We don't see her bringing a bag or other items with her. So whose underwear and lingerie are in this guy's room? Could it be from actual girlfriends of the past or someone else that, I don't know. Could it be someone else that he has brought into that room? We don't know what this guy has been up to or what he has been doing. During the search, detectives observed 2 trash bins in the driveway area of the residence. Detectives opened the trash bins and observed multiple trash bags inside of them. Detectives searched the trash bags and observed multiple identifying documents of individuals who live in the residence. A further search revealed a white napkin with suspected blood stains on it. Throughout multiple trash bags, multiple black with red tint hairs were located. So throughout multiple trash bags, multiple black with the red tint hairs were located. So he was actually trying to get rid of evidence and discard certain things. And he's sloppy with it because there's a fingernail on the bedroom floor. There's blood in the room on the mattress. So he didn't get rid of all evidence, okay? Detectives know through review of video surveillance that the that Dacara appears to be wearing. It looks like it's cut off right here. It looks like it could be saying a wig or weave, or I don't know. It's cut off. But it's pretty much saying that hair, what they found, matches the hair that hairstyle and the hair she was wearing at that time. Okay. So, in which the hair color is consistent with the hairs recovered from within the multiple trash bags shortly before she got into the black 2007 into his car. All of these items of evidentiary value were recovered by Crime Scene Investigations Division and will be stored at the evidence unit for safekeeping and further processing. On September 4th, 2025, detectives applied for and were granted a vehicle search warrant for the 2007 for the black Yukon, 2007 Yukon. At approximately 18:30 hours, investigators with the Crime Scene Investigations Division executed the vehicle search warrant along with detectives. A Blue Star blood test was conducted. Blue Star is a presumptive test designed to reveal fresh, dried, or clean blood, neat or diluted in trace or sizable amounts. This test operates by chemoluminescence. As a result of the test, a positive result was revealed for possible blood evidence on the passenger front seat. In summary, detectives know through multiple surveillance camera footage, video footage, and cellular location data that Dacara entered into a black 2007 GMC Yukon belonging to this monster. Detectives know that the defendant is the only person who drives the said black Yukon. The black Yukon bearing that, Maryland registration gives it, then travels to the area of his home where he lives with 3 other people, his cousin and 2 other people, at 12606 Kimbridge Drive in Bowie, Maryland, which coincides with the victim Dakara's cellular device movement. So remember, her phone was still on up until 5:03 a.m. So when she was actually moving from one place to the next, they still were able to now see that her phone can be tracked until it was turned off at that 5:03 at his home. So it says right here, which coincides with the victim's cellular device movements. The victim, Dacara, of course, is in this area of August 23rd, 2025, from 3:47 hours until the phone deactivates at 5:03. So they were at this home for a good period of time, okay? On August 23rd, 2025, sexual intercourse. Now, pay attention to the verbiage. They're saying sexual intercourse, and they're not really saying sexual assault. So we don't know if but this could be because this is how the witness is describing it. Okay, sexual intercourse is heard coming from the defendant's bedroom, which sounded as if someone was not enjoying it. The discovery of blood evidence recovered from the defendant's bedroom, along with the hair and the recovered fingernail consistent with that of the missing fingernail on the victim's left middle finger, indicate to detectives that a physical altercation ensued within the defendant's bedroom. So the detectives believe that there was a physical altercation. So if this was sex work and she's a prostitute, as people are saying, what will lead to the physical altercation in the bedroom, and also the sexual intercourse noises of someone not enjoying it? and a fingernail missing, and other things aligning with the altercation happening. The discovery of the possible blood evidence recovered from the Blue Star test conducted in the Black 2007 Yukon indicates to detectives that the victim was moved into the Black Yukon after the physical altercation. Again, they didn't say a verbal altercation, a physical altercation. There was physical contact and a physical altercation. And further, the victim was then located deceased with skull and facial fractures. So she not only had skull fractures, her actual skull, but facial fractures. Like she was beat up, her face was like she was beat in the face as well. So think about the type of her head, her actual skull fractures, and then move to the front of her face. Her facial area there's fractures. She was beat. And she also was fighting back or trying to fight back. So the other person, why didn't they hear fighting noises? Maybe the noises they were hearing were also struggle noises or other noises. I believe the person I don't know, maybe they need to be more descriptive. The detective was a detective, someone that spoke Spanish, Espanol, to hopefully they really get to the bottom of like what all this person heard, right? And not just, that. So let's continue on. The discovery of the possible blood evidence recovered from the Blue Star test conducted in the Black GMC Yukon indicates to detectives that the victim was moved into the Black Yukon after the physical altercation. Further, the victim was then located deceased with skull and facial fractures. Based on all of the above information, detectives believe that the defendant murdered Dacara in his bedroom at the 1206 Kimbers Drive, Bowie, Maryland location on the morning of August 23rd, 2025. The defendant then drove the decedent's body to eastbound Maryland Route 50 between Maryland Route 424 and Maryland Route 97, Annapolis. Hold on. Which I already showed you on the Google map, okay? And then Maryland, Annapolis, Maryland, and then and through the victim's body over the short bridge above the South River. So over the short bridge above the South River in order to conceal the crime and recovery of the decedent's body. So right here it's an over the short bridge above the South River. And I actually showed you the bridge and then the South River. So it had to be somewhere in that area. People say it was more closely found near the grassy area. So maybe her body floated to a certain spot. Maybe it didn't just sit in one spot. The defendant was transported to the Upper Marlboro Department of Corrections for further processing. All events occurred in Prince George's County, Maryland, with the exception of those denoted above. As far as his occupation, he's a landscaper. He said that he brings in $2,400 a month. that he pays his part of the rent at that place, at that home, of about $700 per month. He's saying that he had no prior convictions. He said no pending cases, but he actually does have a pending case, that DUI. And says prior failure to appear, that's nothing checked there. Probation, parole, that's nothing checked. That he works full time, and I guess for 1 year, that he number of dependents rely on income. So it's showing that he has dependents, I believe two dependents that rely on him for income. Hold on 1 second. Let me check this out really quick because somebody posted something. Hold on a second. Is this right? Registered lifetime sex offender, yes. Huh? Hold on. I need to actually see if his name is in some sort of registry or something. Hold on, let me see something, because now a reporter posted this document. Hold on. Let me go back up. Wait 1 second. Okay, let me take this comment down really quickly. It says right here. So Mike Holgren, more on Hernandez Mendez from court records. Registered lifetime sex offender, yes. So let me actually check the where that be at. Hold on 1 second. I don't know, y'all, because I gotta see it for myself before I actually say, because with cases like this, people do post things that are not, backed up, you know what I'm saying. So I gotta see for my own self, and until I see it for my own self in some sort of database, I gotta find it myself. So I would say hold off on believing that until we find it ourselves in a database, okay? Because sometimes people in this type of situation, things are floating around, people just put stuff out. So I need to actually find it in the database somewhere for me to believe it. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't see a lot of main news or big media reporting that he's so I don't want to put that out there. Now, this is a reporter that posted those other ones, right? But hold on. Because there was something that happened recently to where someone was putting out that someone was on the registry and it was a fake document, okay? Hold on. Again, the other document I agree with, because that's the actual, this document right here is this is actually a probable cause affidavit. I know that this is authentic. I know this is authentic right here, okay? As far as that goes. But this one right here, I don't know about the legitimacy of this document until there's more evidence or proof as to this right here. But this right here, it's cut off. It's not even showing like the full top of it or the full, like, where's the name at the top of this document and where's everything at? So I gotta check out this document for myself, okay? So for this document, I would just hold off. It was posted by the reporter, which investigative reporter, but I gotta find it. So if y'all can also look too if you want to, but I gotta look for myself in all the databases to see. I gotta see where he's at on the sex offender list. I checked one database, I didn't see him there. Hold on. Let me go back. So yeah, y'all know how to do on my channel too. I gotta verify it. And by verifying, I need to actually find it in the system myself. So he has, how he has Hugo, and then he also has Mendez. I'm not finding it. And again, there's a reason to where people will want to put out certain things because he's an illegal alien. So some people would trump things up to he's on a sex offender list, he's this, he's that. Like they'll trump, like he already has a DUI. It is verified he has a DUI earlier this year. I did verify that. I saw that. It's legit. But we have to be careful because there's other people with the agenda to push. And their whole thing is just 100% focused on illegal aliens, and they trump up things and make up fake shit. I'm just telling y'all for real. So with that news, I have to be careful of what I report myself, especially when I don't trust cropped documents. When something is cropped and doesn't show the full name of who it's about at the very top and full extent details, I don't trust it. Hold on. So let me try a different one. I'm still not finding nothing. I'll search him more later, but as of now, I'm not going to report that he is on there until, okay. Now, again, if I find it and I actually have a receipt and I can actually go on a database or some official government document that I can 100% verify, then I'll say it that he is that, okay? Let me search one more place. Okay, Hugo. I'm gonna put Mendez. Now I'm gonna do a Hernandez, Mendez, and Hernandez by itself. I'm gonna search variations. Someone with a similar name, but that person is 44, and that's not him because he's 35. That's not him. Let me go back. Let me search the other name, Hernandez. There's someone with a name like that, but that person is 54. This is so weird, y'all. There's someone with the same name, but that person is 54 though. And he's showing up as 1989. He won't be 54. And a lot of people can have the same name, doesn't mean it's the same person. Let me see this one. Hugo Hernandez, that person right here is 1981. That's not him. Hugo Rene Hernandez, birthday 1971. That's not him. And that's El Paso. El Paso, that's out of Texas. Sexual assault of a female. So maybe a search was conducted and it was a name match. A name match can occur, but the date of birth is not the same. Primary date of birth 1971 for that person with the same name. To be honest, he looks older than 35, but that's just a thing. Right now, y'all, I'm not showing a 35-year-old with that same 1989, his same stuff in the registry. There's one guy right here, that's not him. Like that guy, this guy has a picture. And then there's one that has no picture, and the guy is 5'6", 170. 5'6", 170. But that guy has, you know how some people that are Hispanic have two last names. The other one is actually Hernandez Martinez. And we're looking for Hernandez Mendez. So somebody can have Hugo Rene Hernandez. Martinez is not Mendez. So that's not him. Menendez is not him. So that's not him. So I will say, I will get back to y'all if I'll look later in my own free time. As of now, what could have happened is that they did a national search and it had a name match as to a name matching up to him. But people could have the same name. And that's all. I'm going to leave it right there. So I'm going to say I believe that if it were true, that more people would be reporting on it. So right now, I'm just going to leave it as we'll have to do some more investigation into whether that's true or not. But I will say that, again, that's not come from me. There's a reporter out of Baltimore, investigative reporter Mike Helgren. He's the one that posted that document. And I'm not saying that he's lying or the document is fake or whatever. All I'm saying is I need to actually see it in my data. I need more evidence before I say that that's true. And let me show you. He posted it right here. Moral Hernandez Mendez from court records. And that's the one that's saying, that's a document that says landscaper, $2,400 a month, 2 dependents. That's the one that's in all of this. So if we're calling into question the sex offender stuff, we have to hold off on this others. I would just hold off on anything on this document until it's verified. Okay. There's a signature on the bottom too. Okay. So anyway, let's move on to something else. I'll come back to this document later. Once I can verify that I actually see him on some sort of registered lifetime sex offender list registry. So let's talk about the next. Let's move back to Nancy Grace real quick. Oh, let's go back to that document. So with that being said, I don't think that she's a sex worker. Not that it matters, as I said in the beginning, but I don't think she's a sex worker because a lot of those sex workers, if they are not enjoying the sex, they don't let the customer know that they are not enjoying it, because wouldn't that be like they are the product. To keep the customer coming back, they cannot be acting like they are not enjoying it, right? So that would be weird to say that she's a sex worker. And then on top of that, because the witness said that he heard noises of someone not enjoying it. And then on top of that, there's she's beaten, and then she's beaten, and then she's unalived. And sometimes people beat up prostitutes. They're not afraid of the prostitute going to the police because they think like, okay, you're a prostitute, you're not going to go to the police because then you'll be in trouble for selling yourself and prostituting and solicitation and things like that. So you won't go to the police. So this person was afraid that she would go to the police. She was making noises as if she was not enjoying the sex. So my question then comes as to, he's only charged with murder 1 and murder 2. He's not charged with sexual assault. So since he has no sexual assault charges, either A, they believe that it wasn't a sexual assault, or B, they're still investigating and to try to determine if it is a sexual assault or anything else. Or it could be even to the fact that her body was recovered, but in what state was it recovered? As far as why it took longer to identify whether it was her or not. There's a neighbor that said that something there was something going on, that there was a fire or something burning. So there was something fishy going on with something burning in the yard. So what was being burned? So what evidence is actually left? Is there enough evidence to actually prove sexual assault or anything to add those charges? So could they add charges later? So I don't know. So I did call just to inquire about this. Yeah, hold on.
Hello, you've reached the Office of the State's Attorney, Tara H. Jackson, for Prince George's County, Maryland. In order to better serve you, we have installed an automated system. Please listen to this recording in its entirety. Our normal business hours are 8 o'clock a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m., Monday through Friday. For information in Spanish, please press 9. Para obtener información en español, presione el 9. If you would like to reach a member of our staff and you know their 4-digit extension, please press 7. If you would like to reach a staff member by spelling their last name, please press 8. If you would like to speak with someone directly, please press 2 now. You can also visit our website at www.princegeorge. State's Attorney's Office, you have a person ahead of you. Please hold. Thank you for holding. How may I help you?
Yes, who do I talk to about the Hugo Hernandez Mendez case? Hold on, my moms did tell me that Sean Davyway stopped by. Again, shout out to Sean Davyway. Thank you for stopping by. And make sure y'all check out Sean Davyway's channel. So I'm sure most of you over here are already subscribed, but definitely check out again the Sean Davyway channel. And hey, Sean, I'm sorry I missed you. Child, I've been over here just talking with these monitors all up in my face. But yeah, shout out to you. And shout out to my moms for keeping me up to date. Hold on.
Thank you for holding.
Yes.
I'm going to transfer you to our press department. Please hold.
Okay. Here's the thing. Sometimes it does happen to where someone is only charged with like the unaliving of someone, but they don't actually add on the sexual assault because either they don't have enough evidence to prove the sexual assault or they just don't add it on. It's kind of like we'll just add on like the big charges and the main charges and leave off other smaller charges or other what they feel like, you know. What I will say is if someone has committed a bunch of crimes, even if murder one is the top one, they should be charged with everything you could possibly charge them with. But obviously, you still have to also prove it, and that's why I'm wondering on the about the decomposition of her body and the autopsy, because usually, because they did the autopsy, they already determined that it's her body. They have the autopsy, and they said they have the fracture. So what else did they notice in this autopsy? What were the other findings? Did they not see any other signs of, you know, already, or is it possible? No, I'm not saying it has to be, say, I'm saying that it sounds like it could be. It could just be. It could have been consensual and then it went left. It could, some people are saying sex work, which doesn't matter because even worse, that if she is a sex worker, it doesn't matter. She didn't deserve to die, or just agreeing to intimacy or sexual intercourse doesn't mean that you agree to be beaten and unalived. It also doesn't mean that you deserve it, and people should make light of it or actually blame you for what happens to you because of your actual, which has been a sex worker. With that being said, let's go ahead and listen a little bit more.
Taylor Brown is not available. Record your message after the tone. When you've finished, you can hang up or press 1 for more options. If you are satisfied with your recording, press 1. To review it, press 2. To re-record your message, press 3. To continue recording, message deleted. Record your new message.
And here's the thing, like I said, for that one document, I would want to just find my own evidence as well, or find other verification or anything as far as, especially it says Warren Jazz, registered lifetime sex offender, landscaper, 2 dependents. The cousin really didn't discuss like where are the 2 kids, like if this document is real. So again, I'm holding off on believing that document until I actually have more stuff. And yes, I'm already aware of new interviews. We're going to get to the new interviews as far as we already if you're just getting here, we watched the neighbor speak, the perpetrator, defendants, monsters, cousins spoke. There's the Cara's friend has spoken. There's a lot of stuff we got to get into. It's a lot. Okay, we're gonna get to it. And also, yes, there's a recent update on the mother. We're gonna get to all of that. Okay.
At the tone. When you've finished, press 1.
Hi, I'm calling about the case of State versus Hugo Hernandez Mendez, charged with the murder of Dacara Thompson. I read the affidavit of probable cause and I noticed details that suggest possible sexual assault. Since he is currently only charged with murder 1 and murder 2, can you tell me if sexual assault has been ruled out or if it's still under review pending the autopsy and forensic results, possible forensic results? Could I please get a return call at
That's an incorrect entry. Please try again. If you'd like to keep this recording, press 1. To listen to it, press 2. Or to re-record it, press 3. Here's what you've recorded. Hi, I'm calling about the case of State versus Hugo Hernandez Mendez, charged with the murder of Dacara Thompson. I read the affidavit of probable cause and I noticed details that suggest possible sexual assault. Since he is currently only charged with murder 1 and murder 2, can you tell me if sexual assault has been ruled out or if it's still under review pending the autopsy and forensic results, possible forensic results? Could I please get a return call at If you are satisfied with your recording, press 1. To review it, to send your message now, press 1. To mark it as important, press message sent. To disconnect, press 1. To enter another number, press 2.
Yes, I'm calling about the homicide investigation into Hugo Hernandez Mendez. Who do I speak to?
You can speak to me.
Okay, well, the affidavit mentions evidence that could suggest sexual assault, but right now he's only charged with, of course, the murder 1 and 2. Has sexual assault actually been ruled out in this case, or is that still under investigation pending autopsy or forensic results?
Who am I talking to?
Danny.
Okay, I need you to identify yourself more. Where are you from?
I'm actually, I'm a YouTuber and mostly interested in sexual assault activism. And I read the affidavit, and it seems as if that could be a possibility.
Okay, yeah, we're not going to release any type of information to you. You'll have to contact our media relations division, and they're not going to probably give you anything more.
Let's be clear. I already know they're not going to release any information. I want to make sure that the DA, district attorney's office, and the police know that people are watching, obviously, and people are watching because, listen, if y'all have not ruled it out, y'all need to make sure y'all focus on it. Okay, everyone is not gonna just be happy with murder 1 and murder 2 unless y'all have really just made sure that you don't overlook this whole essay element or component. Now, I'm not saying they would or they would not. It's just the fact that it's just something that's on my mind that I just feel like they need to definitely just 100% check on this whole essay angle. It's just something's not right. And I want him to be charged with everything that he could possibly be charged with. If he did, if it is, I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying that rule it 100% out. That is no possibility of that happening. Because sometimes people would just say, we already tried him with murder 1 and murder 2. That should satisfy everybody. Well, it's not going to satisfy me. If he did essay her, those charges need to be slapped on there too. Added to it. Okay.
Than what you've already read, but I can direct you to them.
Okay, and I'm just asking, is this the final charges, or there could be possibly other charges at a later time?
So I can direct you to media relations if you like. Outside of that, I can answer any questions for you.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me give you their number.
And of course, I'm trying to be nosy a little bit, or are these the final charges? Are y'all done? Because remember, the autopsy was already done, and they already said that her skull was fractured and face was fractured. They did an autopsy. So I'm just trying to say, if y'all did an autopsy, I hope it was 100%. Is that it? I don't know. Y'all, listen, I just don't know. This case is so strange because, number one, before I even listened to any of this, people are circulating that she's a sex worker, which it doesn't matter either way because it doesn't justify or excuse what happened or justify what happened. At the same time, it just does not make sense that it's a sex worker, because I'm not saying that people don't unalive prostitutes, but even then, sometimes it's when it goes left. And there are some people that actually unalive prostitutes because they get satisfaction out of doing some sort of strangulation or some sort of something while they're actually with the sex worker. They I don't know. I just feel like I don't think that this is how it went. The way she left her car, she left her car there as if with her debit cards and a lot of her stuff and still in the car. She had her key fob with her phone. She was parked on the opposite side of the road as if, by a fire hydrant, as if she was just going to quickly go to the vehicle and come back. Like she wasn't gonna be like gone for long, or even gone. Like even if you thought you were going somewhere to where you would need your debit card or some sort of money, or if I'm gonna be gone for a long time, I need my debit card and I need my money or I need something, right? If you're going for something really quick and you feel like I'm not gonna need no money because I'm just going here or there, then you might not bring it. So for her not to bring her debit cards or her financial stuff with her, gives that she was thinking that she was doing something that wasn't gonna require or for a long period of time. I don't know. It's just something that seems off with this whole thing. And one thing we do know is that the suspect, the defendant, knows what happened.
It's 301.
Okay, thank you. Can you transfer me?
Yeah, sure. 1 second.
And you know what? That's a good point, Louis. I was also thinking of. When people say she got into the car willingly, how do we know willingly? Because as you said, what does he have a gun? Like who says that he didn't say get in the car? What happened if he said get in the car, or he could have said something? Oh, not Louis. Why they change the names? I'm so sorry. Okay, so anyways, I'm not gonna, if I don't know you to me, I hate when they change this whole thing. Now I'm confused on who's who unless I know your avatar. My bad, I apologize. So anyways, with that being said, I like the idea of the ad handles, but now I'm gonna be saying the wrong name because, yeah. So can you just remind me so that way I'll know? See, Alicia, I know because it's Alicia, and also I already knew her avatar from years ago. GT5 is easier. Okay. So, and then I did see a post on Facebook. Again, it's rumors of someone saying that he was the weed man, or people would go to him for drugs. So there are sometimes people meet up and they'll be like, let's go smoke, or let's just go smoke, or let's go do this and that. And then, some people are saying that she doesn't do drugs at all. We don't know. We don't know, again, until stuff comes out. Because that, and sometimes remember, she's 19, so the jitterbugs could be knowing certain things. So sometimes people do listen to like the little jitterbugs and things could be circulating around about who's the weed man and who's this and who's that. So I don't know. So yeah, she took her phone. She had her key fob. And then the money and debit cards and other stuff was left on the seat of her car. Okay. And she did lock her car. Hold on.
Media relations.
Hi, I'm calling about the homicide investigation into Hugo Hernandez Mendez and the Dacara Thompson case. Danny Robertson.
And what channel are you with?
Well, I'm actually a YouTuber, mostly focused with sexual assault activism. And I was just wondering, has sexual assault been ruled out? Because looking at the affidavit, it looks like that could be a possibility.
This is still an active investigation. If you have questions, we actually recommend you send them to our email, and then we can take a look at them.
Okay, so you're saying the charges are not final. It could be later charges, or you don't know?
No, we don't know. This is still an active investigation.
Okay, what is the email?
.us.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Yes, ma'am.
No, she did not meet him in the club. For some people, I hate to say this, but you probably have to start from the very beginning because I actually go over everything at the beginning. So we're gonna have to keep chugging forward because we still have other stuff I have not reviewed yet. So for anyone that's getting here, make sure you check out part 1 that I did the other day, and now this is part 2, and we're going over everything. So again, if you're interested in this, I will just start from the beginning of this video because your questions are already being answered. So if I skip over your question in the chat, it's because I already answered it already in the live or in my last live. Hold on.
"60 seconds with Dakara."
All right, when's your birthday? August 8th. All right, what's your favorite color? Pink. Okay, what's your dream occupation? Real estate. Ooh, I like that. Okay, what's your biggest pet peeve? Mean people. I don't like mean people either. What's your favorite artist?
"60 seconds with Dakara."
All right, what's your hometown? Where are you from? Maryland. All right, when's your birthday? August 8th. All right, what's your favorite color? Pink. Okay, what's your dream occupation? Real estate. Ooh, I like that. Okay, what's your biggest pet peeve? Mean people. I don't like mean people either. What's your favorite artist?
Hold on. Don't believe everything you hear and people out here spreading this and spreading that. People are going to have their conspiracies, their speculation, guesses. They're going to say things that are victim blaming, victim shaming, things that don't matter, and things that don't make sense. It doesn't really matter. Sex worker or not a sex worker, it doesn't matter or justify her what happened to her. It's like people say, oh, she was a sex worker selling her coochie, and then now it's like that's being dismissive, and also like what's the point of even bringing that up? Yeah, it's a way to victim blame. So I actually want to look at this as well. Hold on. So she did play basketball as well. And it says right here, a guy by the name of Landon wrote, please keep the family of Dacara Thompson in your prayers as they found her body after missing for a couple of weeks. They have found the suspect in her murder. Justice will be served. Dacara was a player on Our Lady Puma's high school team a couple years ago. Dacara used to wear her hair silver like Storm from X-Men, which prompted me to call her the nickname Storm. She will be missed. So then he posted some photos. I'm sure everyone has seen this photo right here. And then there's the other photo that I want to show y'all. Well, shall I say video? So this is where people are getting that video from that you're seeing circulating. Where is it? Right here. So we have this photo He put a halo over her head. Spartans. So a guy named Matt said she did not deserve that lady Spartan forever.
60 seconds with Dacara.
All right, what's your hometown? Where you from? Maryland. All right, where's your birthday? August 8th. All right, what's your favorite color? Pink. Okay, what's your dream occupation? Real estate. Ooh, I like that. Okay, what's your beef pet peeve? Mean people. I don't like mean people either. What's your favorite artist?
60 seconds with Dacara.
All right, what's your hometown? Where you from? Maryland. All right, where's your birthday? August 8th. All right, what's your favorite color? Pink. Okay, what's your dream occupation?
So she likes wearing the colorful hair. So, and even on the day that she was on the live, she had, they said, I guess, the red and black hair. And not everyone can pull that off, by the way. So she's pretty, she can pull it off. And hold on a second. So I'm gonna put on Nancy Grace really quickly so we can finish that one. And
it's going to be 1 in 800 or 1 in 1,000, which in this case is good enough. So that leads me to a whole host of questions to Dr. Bethany. This could mean any number of things. All they're saying is the body found is, quote, similar. What does that mean? Remember, Gabby Petito's body had been so destroyed by animals eating her. There's just really not, a lot of people say animal activity to make it somehow sound better. Ryan Laundrie left her dead body out there for animals to tear apart. Mm-hmm. She was first identified by a unique t-shirt that she was wearing. So we're not getting a match to Dacara. Why are we not getting a match? It could be any number of things. What do you think?
Well, what I'm thinking about, it's hard to speak to that, but what I'm thinking about is serial killers. Serial killers, and was she the victim of one? And is there a serial killer in the area who's...
So I'm probably going to skip this because I don't want anyone to get confused. That was at a point in time where there was 3 people missing. And when 3 people were missing, Santia, Erica, and Dacara, they thought it was all by one person. It turns out that Santia and Erica are fine. Okay, so it's not the case that these 3 people were all under, him. Now, could it be possible that he has other victims? Yes, but just not the 3 that people were thinking. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna turn that off because I don't want to confuse anyone on that. That new updates and developments have occurred since that post. Okay, hold on.
Updated soldiers at this time. Updated.
You do not have to thank us.
You get a quiet.
Oh, okay. That's all right.
Thank you.
So also the father actually had a whole post where her father actually showed the text messages that people were talking about initially as far as what happened to her at the very beginning. So let's look at a few more videos, and we're going to cover some other topics as well, such as Epstein files and Angie Stone lawsuit, okay?
Simply want my daughter back. For Carmen and Daniel Thompson, the past week has been brutal. Their daughter, 19-year-old Dacara, lives with her dad in Prince George's County and left home the 22nd around 10 p.m.
She just said, Dad, I'll be back.
He showed us the text he sent her about an hour later.
I said, I'm about to go to bed. I was just checking on you.
She responded right away.
I should be back soon. I love you too. Good night.
But after that, she not only didn't return, but she didn't answer any of their texts or calls.
Which was very unusual because she always responds back.
They also discovered her location was turned off, but they could see her last location, the corner of Jasmine Terrace and Riggs Road. Her dad headed that way and found her car parked the wrong direction on a fire hydrant. A neighbor's camera capturing what appears to be her getting out of the car and walking away.
Her purse was in her car. It had $60 cash in it.
The only thing she had with her was her phone and her key fob.
They called police, who they say never searched the car, but instead told them to take it home.
Because they say it's a chance it would be towed if it stayed there.
So they did, and kept searching on their own.
I sat there for 2 days, for 48 hours, just to see if she or someone else would come back to look for the car. And nobody ever came back.
Since then, they've done their best to spread the word, posting flyers everywhere.
I want some of the one on the back, this one.
But with each passing day, their fears only grow.
I'm holding on to hope. I'm fighting. I hope she's fighting. You know, any chance she can get to try to get away if she can.
She says this is not like her daughter.
She hasn't used any money, so I'm like, what is she eating? She has the same clothes. For 7 days, something has to be wrong. Somebody has her. Somebody has her.
As they continue to search with the help of so many others, they're grateful and say they have one message for their daughter.
We love you so much. And just come home. Just come home. We want her home. We want her home.
Okay, let's go to one other posting here. So this is her actual, one of her IG. She actually has like, I think it's like 3 I've seen so far, I think. There's really no postings on it. But there are highlights.
Nigga can't see us.
I'm not gonna be playing the sound because a lot of these are, you know, with music, okay?
Listen to his Odyssey.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me go back on that other one real quick. So what I'm noticing with Dacara is that it's not to say anything about it, but really does not even have a lot of risque photos, or people call risque, where people say, oh, they have naked. She doesn't even have those types of photos where she's like, not saying that someone have naked is something like deserving of something like that, but I'm just not really buying the sex worker thing. I don't know. We will have to see. But even if she is a sex worker, like I said, it doesn't really matter as far as the crime committed. But I just don't know. The whole thing, and then there's a whole thing about that guy being like the weed man, where people can get drugs from him. But again, I don't know. And again, even that doesn't even matter at the end of the day, because it's like those are all justifications or excuses to give someone as to it's her fault because she's a sex worker, it's her fault because she was buying drugs, it's her fault because she was out at night, it's her fault because she was this, it's her fault. Those are all things that lead to victim blaming, victim shaming. Let me find something wrong about her, something wrong that she possibly did, so then now I can blame her for what happened instead of the actual perpetrator. That's why I don't really like those types of questions, because I know it's leading down the road to where. Now, there are some people that ask that question because they're just curious. They just want all the details and the facts of the case. And there are some people that ask the question because they are just trying to victim shame and victim blame. So to be honest, I've never seen her TikTok until now. So y'all know me, sometimes I don't see stuff until I'm live. And as I suspected, I'm still seeing the same sort of thing. Like, I'm still seeing the same, yeah. Just regular 19-year-old typical photos and videos. Yeah, she's small as well. Now, she did, she tried to defend herself. She tried to fight. I mean, her nail was off, her hair was throughout the room. She would definitely try to, defend herself. But she's small. Exactly. She could run around butt naked, half naked. That still doesn't matter. That, again, though, when I say people looking for something, they're looking for something so they can try to blame the victim. That's why it's called victim blaming, victim shaming. Okay, so let me get off here. Just wanted y'all to see a little bit. So just a typical, to be honest, 19-year-old page. Pages so far, okay? And then, of course, one of her friends posted, well, several of her friends have posted, but let's go over one. She has a friend named Bree. Hold on one second. So one of her friends is named Bree Love, and she posted a picture of, I guess, her and Dacara at prom. So that one dress she was wearing.
okay. I want us to go back to the old days because I miss you.
It says, I love you so much, heart. I'll miss you
I think of you
forever.
every day.
And I'll never let your name
I
die.
hope and I wish that you're doing okay. I want us to go back to the old days because I miss you. I think of you every day. I hope and I wish that you're doing okay. I want us to go back to the old days.
That's actually under this person's picture from August 21st. The car was under, she put first day with veneers, and the car actually commented under her video saying, ooh, they look good. And that was August 21st. So that was only about, you know, a couple of days before she was unalive, that she was under this Breeze post, okay? See this one. Okay, hold on. Let me see this page. I have to look at the page before I can post it, because yeah. No, not that one.
I think of you every day. I hope and I wish that you're doing okay. I want us to go back to the old days.
So some of her friends are posting her
I miss you.
pictures of her on TikTok and other places, okay?
I think of you every day. I hope and I wish that you're doing okay. I want us to go back to the old days.
Class of 2024. She's a recent graduate. Class of 2024.
I think of you every day. I hope and I wish that you're doing okay. I want us to go back to the old days. I think of you every day. I hope and I wish that you're doing okay. I want us to go back to the old days because I miss you.
So the pictures people are posting in that dress, that's her actual prom, okay? So let's look at a couple more things on Dacara and a video, and then we're gonna move on to Angie Stone and then Epstein files, okay? So this is her friend's, one of her friends, Bree's actual IG page. So let's look at that.
I need everybody to think for this. Clap it up. Clap it up.
Let's see what this is right here. It says, always there for me no matter what. I'll never have a genuine friend like you, Dacara. This breaks my heart. Yeah, most definitely. I know we don't talk every day anymore, but you know, my loyalty for you is still there. You can definitely reach out to me about anything. So she's just remembering things about Dacara. Hold on. And there have been government officials that have made statements regarding this as well, okay? Which is typical in these types of cases. Let me get out of here. She also has been, her friend has also been writing on her stories about her thoughts on this whole thing. So let's see what this one says. This one says, as Black people, we have lost it. We are so strong, but yet say the most dumb shit. Who in the fuck puts on makeup to talk about a young girl losing her life? Are we for real? I seriously hate when Black people do shit like this. Instead of using your voice to shed light the correct way, you choose to say that. I genuinely think everyone is lost. And y'all just turn a blind eye to shit, and it's not okay. Y'all are truly insensitive as fuck. Let's use all this energy that we are putting out on another Black woman, on the male who killed her, who unalived her. The fuck, this shit pissed me off early, and I will forever speak on what I have to because everybody acts so fucking scary. Y'all are throwing narratives out that the police have not even put out all because y'all want views and clout on social media. Bitches literally be ugly, not even on the outside, but that soul of a lot of you bitches are dark and evil. Use your platform the right way to stand with one another, but yet here we are tearing each other down. This is why Black people will never win. Regardless, her family had to bury their child. No one know how that feels unless you have lost a child before. Watch what you say, because the way the universe works, you'll be dealing with the exact same thing you was just judging her for, or your sisters, cousins, aunts, etc. So pretty much the family is dealing with a lot of these rumors and things that are circulating about Dacara and what's happening with her. Let me give a shout out real quick. Shout out to Low Key. Thank you so much for, she says, thank you for covering this, Penny. Thank you, Maz and the Avengers. You're welcome. I'm glad you like the coverage. Shout out to you. I appreciate the fan funding. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. So let's see what else a friend had to say. Just a second. I'm not seeing no Black people casting judgment on the killer. Not everyone is doing this, but I get how she feels, because a lot of times when you're in this situation, you're focused more on the negative people that are posted than the positive, and sometimes the negatives can outweigh the positives, and that could be a reason on the killer. But everybody has something to say about the victim, a 19-year-old girl who will no longer have a birthday, who will never get to have kids, be married, get a career, etc. Are we looking at the bigger picture here, or are we just going off of narratives to fill the desire of being social media influencers to getting engagement on TikTok? Bitches be evil as fuck, insensitive as fuck, until the shoe on the other foot. Her family has to bury a child. Why the fuck are we talking about her pussy management? Are we cool? Black people, are we cool? Now, I ain't gonna lie, when I first heard about this story on social media, it was mostly focused on why she getting in the car. She's a prostitute, she's selling, it was all about that. So as I was stating earlier, the cheap shots, the labels, the idea that if a woman steps into a man's car at night, she must be a prostitute. And if she was, some people act like that cancels her humanity, like it erases her right to safety and to actually be a real victim. Let's get something straight. Sex work does not equal consent to violence. As I said before, a sex worker does not consent to rape. A sex worker does not consent to being beaten. And a sex worker does not consent to be unalived, full stop. That's not what's happening. And you know what? We don't even have evidence that Dacara was involved in sex work, and that's why the mother and even friend is saying let the police do their job. And if it does turn out that it was sex work, then what does that matter, and how does that justify what happened? What we have to do is understand that, and what we do have is a 19-year-old young woman who got into a car. That's it. We don't even know if he had a gun or some sort of weapon or said get in or something. We don't know. Everything else is speculation, gossip, and an attempt to shift blame away from the man who has been arrested. So this friend is calling it out and saying, hey, why are y'all so focused on Dacara, a 19-year-old victim, wrongfully unalived and brutally beaten and unalive and thrown over a bridge, instead of the actual murderer, killer? And even if it had been, let's say, a date, even if she thought she was meeting up for a good time, none of that explains fractured bones, a cut off bone, and a body dump, like I said, on the side of Route 50. That's that part right there is non-consensual. That's not just hanging out. That's violence. That's more. And like I said before, I believe that sexual assault occurred until proven otherwise. Hopefully the autopsy can actually her body wasn't badly decomposed as to destroy evidence, because stuff like that, the evidence can be destroyed. Okay, so let me see what else I have for right now. Hold on. Okay, I showed that one. Okay, here's another friend that posted something. So you can tell right here, this is like she's younger than, like she's young, but you can tell she was younger in that one. Okay, hold on. Okay, I already showed y'all the cousin. Okay, that's the mom's Facebook. I'm not gonna go to mom's Facebook right now. I already showed Monique's page. Okay, I already updated on ICE. So I want to show y'all this photo.
Country illegally and living in Bowie, Maryland. He appeared.
First here at 4. The man accused of murdering 19-year-old Dacara Thompson will remain behind bars after appearing before a judge in Upper Marlboro today.
Our Katie Barlow was in the court and has the latest. Katie?
Hey guys, it was an absolutely packed courtroom this afternoon when Judge Katina Stewart took the bench. I was sitting right behind the victim's mother, Carmen, and it was mostly family members and supporters of the victim, 19-year-old Dacara Thompson, who police say was murdered and then thrown over a bridge off Route 50 in Annapolis. Now, 35-year-old Hugo Hernandez Mendez, who is the suspect in this case, ICE says is in the country illegally and living in Bowie, Maryland. He appeared remotely in a prison jumpsuit from jail, and that's where he's going to remain for now. Now, During court today, Hernandez Mendez's lawyer waived the bond hearing. That means they agree not to challenge his detention. But Judge Stewart went out of her way to emphasize that she would not order his release anyway, based on the current allegations. And that's because there's no set of conditions that would be reasonable or assure the safety of the community. Thompson's mother, Carmen, spoke out after the brief court hearing alongside Prince George's state's attorney, Tara Jackson. We asked Carmen if her family is prepared to relive the horrific details of her daughter's murder as the case continues for what could be months or years.
That's a tough question. That's a tough question because we know it's going to be extremely hard. We just ask that everybody pray for our strength through the process.
Police say Dacara Thompson could be seen on surveillance footage entering the suspect's vehicle at the Family Dollar store on University Boulevard around 3 in the morning on August 23rd. Those were her last known whereabouts before her body was discovered off Route 50. Now, police identified what appeared to be bloodstains, women's lingerie, hair from a wig consistent with one that Thompson wore, and a fingernail that matches one missing from Thompson's hand when searching Hernandez Mendez's residence. Now, the state's attorney says that there will be next steps in this case. It is very much an ongoing investigation. As to the court process, Hernandez Mendez is due again back in court on October 8th for his preliminary hearing.
Katie, what did the state's attorney say about his status as someone in the country illegally?
Well, we asked about that. She said that's not her primary concern right now and that her focus is on justice for the victim and for the victim's family.
Hold on. Okay, I gotta turn out this whole thing, but Facebook just automatically playing the next video. So this photo right here, someone posted. They said they live close to this area, so they drove by there because they live close to it, and they saw that someone had put flowers and balloons out there, and she likes pink. They are, people are saying pink, I guess, and they put it outside one of the windows, for the car. Okay, usually you'll see that when something happens tragic, some relatives or people that care or anyone would just put something there. So I don't know who put that there or whatever, but someone did drive by and they saw that there, or how, I don't know if the resident did that or someone else did that. I don't know. Okay, but it's there. Okay, so hold on. Let me see what else I have for y'all on this. So this was like, I think, another one of Dakara's not Facebook, but IG pages. She was saying that one of her other ones got hacked. And then it says good intentions. This was 2021. And then, of course, highlights get saved. Let's see. The wealth I desire will come. The lifestyle I desire will come. The love I deserve will come. Please love yourself instead of loving the idea of other people loving you. Black women, just be pretty, and I like that. I forever stay to myself. So it looks like she was just saving some quotes. One thing I can tell for sure, she likes switching up her hair. But look, her mom is a hairstylist. Her mom does hair. So, I mean, she's gonna, be into hair. So she definitely switches up her hair. Yeah, that's what I already had picked up on that. And Shanquella also was a person that kept her style up as far as how she dressed and things as well. So she's just showing, I guess, one of her friends. Okay. Did she also have some more right here? Spirit Week. I guess they had Spirit Week at school. You know how Spirit Week, the whole week, like every day is like a theme. Pajama day, this day, that day. Twin day. You know they have different days. So she's showing all that Spirit Week. So I'm really not seeing anything unusual. So I think that's her mom. I'm not really, it looks like she probably did something for Miami. In Miami with her mom, maybe for her birthday. Because her birthday is in August, right? So with that being said, I'm not seeing anything unusual for a 19-year-old. So I'm very curious to see how this case is going to come out, right? And then there's another IG page as well. Let's look at that one. Okay, that one is private. She has another one, but it's private. And then she says new account. And it says other one got hacked. And that's also followed by her mother. And that was this one right here. But it's private. So obviously, no, only people that can really see that one are people that are actually already on that page. Okay. So let me see what else I have, and then let's move on to the next topic. Hold on.
That what happened to Dacara Thompson after she got into a car in this parking lot is both deeply... The court documents say that what happened to Dacara Thompson after she got into a car in this parking lot is both deeply disturbing and very sad. Court documents say surveillance camera video captured 19-year-old Dacara Thompson as she parked her Ford Edge SUV and made her way on foot to this parking lot behind a Family Dollar store on University Boulevard in the Langley Park area. It was 3 a.m., almost 5 hours after she'd left her father's Lanham home, saying she was going to get gas in her car. Court documents say video shows she approached the driver's side of a black Yukon Denali, talks to the driver for a minute, then gets into the front passenger seat. Worried family members report her missing. They find her car, but not her phone. They search relentlessly, but do not find Dacara. On August 31st, Maryland State Police troopers responding for an unrelated disabled vehicle found her nude body on an embankment of the South River in Annapolis. On September 4th.
So again, found her nude body. So a neighbor said that there was a fire burning, so he could have tried to burn her clothes, like burn any clothes or shoes and things like that, because she wasn't, it said nude body, so that means no clothes. So what did he do with the clothes? Probably try to burn them.
4th, 35-year-old Hugo Hernandez Mendez of Bowie was arrested and charged with Dakara's murder. He was known to drive a black Yukon Denali XL with Maryland tags. According to court documents, cell data and video surveillance confirm the movements of Thompson and the movements of that black GMC Yukon Denali are consistent with moving together. Hernandez Mendez was arrested near a home on Cambridge Drive in Bowie, where he rented a room. Police believe Dacara Thompson was killed there. Detectives stated a roommate told them he heard the defendant in his room the morning of the 23rd having sex with a woman who, quote, did not seem to be having a good time. At a press conference to announce the arrest, County Executive Aisha Braveboy noted the defendant was in the U.S. illegally and had recently been in federal custody.
I think that the U.S. Government has made status of individuals relevant. This was someone who was in their custody, and they made the decision to release him.
News 4 has learned Hernandez Mendez was arrested April 25th by U.S. Park Police, stopped on the BW Parkway near Annapolis Road for a DUI. But the federal government released him till trial. The U.S. Attorney for Maryland would not comment. ICE released a statement saying the defendant was put under an immigration detainer yesterday. Hernandez Mendez has a court hearing scheduled for Monday. In Hyattsville, Jackie Benson, News 4.
Okay, hold on a second. So I think that's going to conclude on the Dacara updates for now. So I hope y'all, that was like 3 hours and 44 minutes worth of updates. So that's a lot of updates, okay? Yeah, so let's go ahead and get into Angie Stone really quickly. And to be honest, Epstein is a lot, so I don't know if I'll get to Epstein today, but we'll see what we can do. So as far as Angie Stone goes, this again is a part something, because this is not my first time reporting on Angie Stone. So if you're interested in my videos, make sure you check out my previous videos on certain topics, okay? So with Angie Stone, there is a new lawsuit, and the lawsuit was actually filed by Diamond Stone and Michael, the brother of Diamond Stone, and these are the children of Angie Stone, the late Angie Stone, okay? And so R&B legend Angie Stone's family has, like I said, officially filed a lawsuit over the tragic crash that took her life earlier this year. As you recall, back in the early morning of March 1st, 2025, Angie was riding in a Mercedes Sprinter van with family and bandmates heading home from a show in Mobile, Alabama. And I actually had the actual accident report that I posted. The van's driver lost control and it flipped onto his side on I-65. And I have the accident report. He said he fell asleep. He said he had been driving for a while. He said he fell asleep. The lights were still on and other drivers were able to safely avoid it. Angie and several others survived that first wreck of him falling asleep behind the wheel and the car, been overturned and things like that. And they were trying to get out of the van when things then took a deadly turn. So there was the first wreck where the driver is driving and he falls asleep at the wheel and the car is overturned, but it's still kind of obstructing the roadway. And then now at around 4 or something in that morning, a CRST tractor trailer came barreling down the left lane, and the driver, Jared Wilkerson, was wearing headphones and not really paying attention. That's what I guess we're supposed to be saying. And the semi slammed into the overturned van and nearly going 70 miles per hour without even ever braking. The truck was equipped with a collision mitigation system, and which is basically safety tech that's supposed to detect obstacles and hit the brakes if the driver does not. And the lawsuit says pretty much that system failed and no warnings or automatic braking happened or occurred. The impact threw Angie from the van and pinned her underneath. And of course, as we know, sadly, she passed away after suffering severe injuries. Her longtime friend, Sheila, was also trapped and badly injured, but she survived. Now, Angie's children, Diamond Stone and Michael, who's also the estate manager. Estate administrator. Plus Hopkins are suing multiple parties. They're suing the trucking company, CRST Expedited, the truck driver, Jared Wilkinson. Jared, okay. They're also suing the Daimler Truck North America in Detroit, Diesel, and the van driver and owners, okay? And who that first lost control and fell asleep. They are also demanding a jury trial, and they are alleging negligence, like poor, faulty, unsafe equipment that failed based on that failure, that it not automatically kicking in when it's supposed to, and also poor training. And the family is saying that this tragedy did not have to happen. This could have been prevented. And they want people to be held accountable. They want accountability from everyone that has any responsibility in the death of Angie Stone, their mother. That's from the driver that fell asleep behind the wheel to the trucking company, and possibly even the manufacturers of these faulty products that didn't work how they're supposed to work. So basically covering all their bases as to who should be responsible. Now, I'm not going to read this entire lawsuit. It's 41 pages, but I pretty much gave you my notes I took from this, okay? And I will read some of it. And it says, in the early morning hours of March 1st, 2025, Grammy-nominated R&B singer Angela Laverne, Angie Stone, and a group of her bandmates and family members, including Sheila Hopkins, were traveling through Montgomery County, Alabama, after leaving a performance the night before in Mobile, Alabama. Angie's group was riding in a 2021 Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van owned by defendants Good to Go Cafe LLC, Executive Elite Transportation LLC, or Joseph L. Robinson, and driven by defendant Lethal Carter. Lethal Carter is the one that fell asleep behind the wheel, who had been hired to transport Angie and her group from Atlanta, Georgia to the performance in Mobile and then back to Atlanta. While traveling north on I-65, defendant Carter lost control of the Sprinter van, causing the van to exit the roadway to the left as defendant Carter attempted to steer the Sprinter van back to the right and onto the interstate. The Sprinter van overturned onto its driver's side and came to rest in the left lane of I-65 North. The right lane of I-65 North was open and not obstructed by the disabled Sprinter van. Angie Stone and Sheila Hopkins, who were both properly belted in rear-facing seats behind the front driver and passenger seats, survived the initial collision without serious injury, as did the other occupants of the Sprinter van. So him falling behind the wheel and the vehicle overturning and things, they survived that without serious injury. It was the subsequent, hits that ended in this tragedy. During the next several minutes, all the passengers, including Angie Stone and Sheila Hopkins, attempted to get out of the overturned Sprinter van. During this time, the headlights, tail lights, and running lights on the Sprinter van remained on. Because they were paying proper attention to the roadway in front of them and not driving too fast for the conditions, several other motorists traveling northbound on I-65 saw the overturned Sprinter van and safely drove their vehicles around it in the open right lane. So they're saying other vehicles who were paying attention to the road and the road conditions and not driving too fast were able to steer away and drive around the Sprinter van safely. So they're pretty much saying if other drivers can safely go around the Sprinter van that's overturned and just slightly obstructing the roadway, then and go into that other lane, then why couldn't any other vehicle in that truck, CRST truck driven by Jared Wilkerson, why couldn't he do it? Why didn't the equipment on that Sprinter, not Sprinter, why on that trailer, why didn't that actually kick in to actually put a stop to automatic braking? So it says other vehicles saw the overturned Sprinter van that was driven by Letha Carter, who fell asleep overturned, and they safely drove their vehicles around it in the open right lane, because they said there was an open right lane. So there was no need to crash into it, just go around it. Other motorists paying proper attention to the roadway also saw the overturned Sprinter van pulled over to the right shoulder of the interstate and put their 4 flashers on. With the help of these good Samaritans, 5 of the 9 occupants were able to exit the Sprinter van. So some vehicles traveling down the road, this highway, they went around the overturned Sprinter van and they into the right lane that was open, and they were fine and safely, okay? And then others saw what happened, saw this overturned vehicle, people trying to get out. They actually were good Samaritans, where they parked their cars, pulled over to the right, showed over the interstate, and put on their hazard lights or their 4 flashers on, and then they actually tried to go and help the occupants out of the Sprinter van. And at around 4:25 a.m., a large CRST trailer, tractor trailer driven by defendant Jared Wilkerson, was proceeding in the left fast lane of travel on I-65 North, and Jared was on his way to deliver a load of sugar to Forest Park, Georgia. It says the CRST tractor Wilkerson was driving was a 2021 Freightliner, equipped with Detroit Insurance 5.0, a collision mitigation system designed, manufactured, marketed, and sold by defendants Daimler Truck North America LLC and Detroit Diesel Corporation. The Detroit Assurance 5.0 collision mitigation system is marketed and advertised as a system that will warn tractor trailer drivers of moving and stationary objects in the roadway, partially brake the tractor trailer, and then fully brake the tractor trailer if the driver does not respond. Because defendant Wilkerson was not paying proper attention to the roadway ahead of him, and because the Detroit Assurance 5.0 collision mitigation system did not warn Wilkerson of the disabled Sprinter van or automatically brake the CRST tractor trailer, Wilson slammed the front of the CRST tractor trailer into the disabled Sprinter van at highway speeds without ever applying the brakes. So it's like full speed ahead, no brakes applied, not by Jared himself and not by this automatic system that was supposed to automatically brake this tractor trailer. At the time the CRST tractor trailer slammed into the overturned Sprinter van, both Angie Stone and Sheila Hopkins were still inside and trying to get out of the van. The force of the impact was extremely severe. As a result of the collision, Angie Stone was ejected from and pinned underneath the Sprinter van. So she was ejected from the vehicle and then pinned under the Sprinter van. So pinned means she cannot get up, she cannot move, she cannot budge. I mean, the Sprinter van is now on top of her. She's pinned. Angie Stone remained trapped underneath the van, where she consciously suffered until she ultimately succumbed to the fatal injuries she sustained in the collision and died. So then it says the claims asserted by plaintiffs arise out of the events described above. So again, I had already gave y'all a breakdown, but I went ahead and gave y'all the actual complaint, okay? So it goes over jurisdiction and the defendants and things like that. So let's actually go down a little bit. Again, it goes over the weather conditions and things like that. So if you're interested, go back to my previous video because we discussed this weather and everything like that in my initial video when I got the accident report, where it says the weather at the time of the subject collision was clear. It did not contribute to causing the subject collision. It says defendant Wilkinson was listening to music while driving using a pair of headphones. Okay, the roadway where the collision occurred is straight and flat, such that the overturned Sprinter van was visible to other motorists, including defendant Wilkinson. So what I would do is I would actually put this in my community tab for anyone that actually wants to read the entire document, okay? So let me actually see if there's any, most likely for the exhibits, they might have the actual accident report. So yeah, they're definitely going to be going off to the manufacturer of that product. They're supposed to have the automatic brakes. I mean, you have to follow the money. Also, the company where Jared works is going to be the money. The driver himself, you're not going to really get that much money from. And again, it's 41 pages. I will put it on my community tab. Just give me 1 hour after my live to actually get that out. But I pretty much gave you all the summary of this, okay? Hold on. Plaintiff Michael Archer II is, as the administrator of the estate of Angie Stone, claims all compensatory damages suffered by Angie Stone for which her estate is entitled to recover, including but not limited to. Okay, hold on. As a direct result of the defendant's negligent acts and omissions, Sheila Hopkins suffers severe personal injuries, pain and suffering, shock, fright, and terror, and ongoing physical, mental, and emotional pain and trauma. Wherefore, plaintiffs pray for the following relief: that summons issue requiring the defendants to appear as provided by law to answer this complaint. That plaintiffs have and recover all damages for all losses that they need to be for compensation. That defendants be held liable for plaintiffs' damages jointly and separately. That the court award other punitive damages against defendants, that all for their attorney fees and expenses and costs, and that service be had on the defendants as provided by law, and for such other and further relief as the court deems just and proper. And they do have attorneys. That's Carl at WashingtonLawFirm.net. So the Washington law firm, Carl Marcellus Washington, that passed the Georgia bar. Okay, so they have legal representation. So I will keep y'all up to date as far as the updates for the Angie Stone. And like I said, I will put it on my community wall for those that actually want to read every single line of this 41-page document. And now let's talk a little bit about Epstein Island. And yeah, let's move right along. Chug, chug, chug. And if you're just getting here, make sure you please hit that like button. That's a free way to support my channel. So basically, people have been talking about Epstein. And now people have been talking about Epstein files, and there's a lot of, like, what's in those files. And, when people refuse to this is the thing, when you refuse to release files, the more you refuse to release it, the more conspiracies and the more people are like, oh, you're hiding something. So now some of these files are actually being released. There's audio, there's documents, and there's also videos being released of these Epstein files. I have not listened to all of them. I did skim through some. And yeah, so what they are, some people don't even know who's Jeffrey Epstein. And why do people care about these files? And one thing some people might know in this sector is that Jacqueline Suzette Wright has brought up Epstein Island. And press 1 in the chat if you have ever heard Jag say that she herself has rescued 3 victims from Epstein Islands on her big bag. So Jag has actually said that she rescued 3 victims from Epstein Island. So with all these documents being released, videos, audio, and everything about Epstein Island, ultimately, if Jag's name never comes up, which I know it won't because she's a liar, she also said that she had a boat. Where is your boat, Jacqueline? So when all of this is said and done and everything is released about Epstein Island, we don't see Jag's name at all. Just like the Diddy trial exposed her, guess what? The Epstein Island release files are also going to expose Jag, okay? A mess. So for those that don't know, Jeffrey Epstein was a wealthy finance person. I cannot ever say financier or something like that. He became, I wouldn't say famous, I would probably use the word infamous, infamous is a better word. I will just say this. He is known for abusing and trafficking minors. There was like a 2008 plea deal shielding him from serious federal prison time. He served about 13 months after pleading guilty in Florida. He was later arrested again in 2019 on federal sex trafficking charges. Epstein died in his jail cell in August 2019. Their authorities ruled it a self-unaliving. So, self-unaliving, an S. We know how YouTube is with that word. Though people are, that's a conspiracy for most people because they feel like, no, they don't feel like it was that. They feel like there's a conspiracy about how he came to not be here and to be deceased. So there's a lot of speculation and guesses and conspiracies as usual as to what really happened to Jeffrey Epstein in that jail cell. One of his close associates, who now everyone starts saying, oh, even in the Diddy trial, they were saying that Christina Quorum was Diddy's Maxwell, because guess what? Jeffrey Epstein had a right-hand woman, close associate in his inner circle named Maxwell. So Miss Maxwell, now when there's any guy like this out there, they have a female counterpart that is their right brain out there, an extension of them. People are going to say, oh, that's the Maxwell to this person. So Christina Quorum was seen as the Maxwell to Diddy. Well, in this case, Maxwell, the real Maxwell, is actually for Jeffrey Epstein, and she she helped him recruit victims, and she also was convicted of, and then she was sentenced to 20 years in prison in about 2021, around that time. Okay, so now let's fast forward to there have been a lot of speculation of people going around saying, oh, that this celebrity or that person was on Epstein Island. Oh, who all went to Epstein Island? So anybody that has any association to Epstein, just like with the Diddy, people kept on saying, oh, I saw you at a Diddy white party. You went to a Diddy party. You went to a Diddy party. I saw you at Diddy party. You hung around Diddy. So then everyone started accusing all these celebrities of being in some sort of nefarious action at these Diddy free calls. And now it turns out some of these celebrities went to the actual before parties and white parties for photo opportunities and photo ops. But some of these people, obviously, most of them, or hardly any of them, are really at these free calls. And the free calls turn out to just be Cassie Diddy and a male escort, or Jane Diddy and a male escort, and not just all these celebrities that were named. Like, what happened to all these celebrities that were supposed to be in the free call tapes? So now with the Epstein, it's kind of the same thing, but not all the way, to where people are saying, oh, I saw you with Epstein, you were with Epstein, you were on the island. So now it's like, who's the names on, who's the Epstein list and the celebrities that are involved or something with Epstein. So just because someone is involved with Epstein or hung around him, that doesn't really mean they're actually guilty of the same crimes that he was committing. But you know how it is. People are going to assume and speculate until that person is ruled out as a possible culprit. So now that brings me to my point, which is people have been curious about releasing these files, these Epstein files, and with all these evidence and documentation and everything. And it has to be kind of cautiously careful because we're talking about victims here, and you have to be careful when releasing things about victims, especially of sexual assault and these sex trafficking, because now you're dealing with a sensitive topic, right? So now, and they have decided to, the U.S. Oversight Committee, which I just talked about yesterday, have published over 33,000 pages of documents from Epstein's estate and previous investigations. So if you expect me to go through all the Epstein stuff that has been released within the last week, you out of your mind. You lost your mind. Okay, there's no way impossible that I could go through everything with Epstein Island in one live, and I refuse to do so. Okay. Now, someone could if they had no life and if they just chose to imprison themselves. Okay. So most of the documents, about 97% of them, some things were already public because we already know there was that redacted Epstein list that I showed y'all before. I kind of pop jack with already. So some of the stuff is old, but there are some new things that are in this. Like I said, video footage. Video footage is released. And somebody said that one of the videos has stuff in it that I want to see. So to be honest, I will mostly be interested in listening to audio and video. I'll look at documents later, but audio and video is more my speed because I'm a nosy person. I'm a more visual person, and I don't have to put that much thought into it. And I have to read a document, analyze it, and look over and read it, right? So we're definitely going to look at some of the stuff, and I'm just going to show you a little bit of what the files contain, and then you could also look at it on your own time and free time if you're actually interested in looking at all the Epstein file stuff. But I definitely will be looking through it, at one point to see, just to kind of prove and show like a little quick spin through there of how Jack's name is nowhere in it at all. And that's towards the conclusion when almost everything has been released as far as names are, right? And the main thing people want out of this is transparency. They want transparency of this whole thing, and not to be, transparency. And not even some of the survivors want it to like transparency. And then some don't, of course. They want it to stay like how it is. So hold on just a second, okay? Because the way they send it, and I'm not gonna download it all to my computer because a lot of these videos, some of them are 1 gigabyte, 2 gigabytes, and it's a lot of videos and audio. If you download all of that, it's gonna take up a lot of space. It is. So it's best to just view it from the actual Google Drive. Hold on. Yeah, Trump and some other stuff, and so this is like right here. This is like one file. So let's see. So again, this is some of the files. Like this is a video that was shown. It's like 10 minutes and 28 seconds. This edited. I don't know what's going on.
Tell me if you can figure out the woman you think is from Czechoslovakia. Okay. You don't have to pick somebody that you may or may not
Oh, this is like an interview or something going on here. So what I would say is that you're going to hear people talking about these files, and a lot of people are going to be going through it in video after video, audio. And then, of course, the main things that are juicy, salacious, revealing or exposing are involving top players or key players. Of course, the Orange Man, Donald Trump, 45, 47. Anyone that's popular that is going to be pulled out. So that's what's going to happen. So I would just wait. You know, you're going to, even if you choose not to look at every video and every posting, best believe it's going to be circulating everywhere once someone goes through all these files and they find the juicy moments, the juicy tea, and then it's going to be clipped out for you. Okay. So that's what I will say. So don't worry. There are people that are going to look at every single morsel of it. Okay, hold on.
Show you another 6 photographs. But she the one that was, you think, is she the one that you think was in the room?
So I'm just gonna try to find out. So that's one right there, just one. That's like an interview, okay? Hold on. Let's see what this is. So again, I'm skimming through some of these videos to see what's in here. It looks like they're just like videotaping like everything to see what everything is and it's located. These days, like a lot of people use audiobooks, Audible, and a lot of people don't even like read like hardcover books or, you know, paperbacks. This is something also, since there's not a lot of audio, you can also, if you wanted to, you could speed it up. Like go at 2x. It's not like you're gonna miss out on anything. Photoshop 6. Okay, let's see what else. Okay, you know what? Just tell me when y'all find something juicy, child, and then send me the link to some juicy stuff. Okay. Hold on.
Signed by Judge Laura Johnson, Circuit Court Judge 4 in Palm Beach County, Florida. Whereas said facts made known.
Hold on. What's this? And who is this? Hold on. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
One of the police officers in Palm Beach County, Florida, the Commissioner of the Florida Bureau of Law Enforcement or any of his duly and agents to wit Detective Joey Carey, whereas complaint on oath in writing supported by affidavit of a credible witness or witness with Detective Joey Carey, which is attached here to made part of, has this been before undersigned by Judge Laura Johnson, Circuit Court Judge for and in Palm Beach County, Florida. Whereas said facts made known to me and considered by me have caused me to certify and find that the facts set forth in said affidavit show that the constitute probable cause for the issuance of this warrant and the court being satisfied of the existence of said grounds set forth in affidavit. Yes. And the laws of the state of Florida have been violated in or on premises known as 358 Old Road. Let me give you a number. To reach the premise desired to be searched, begin in the middle span of the Royal Park Bridge, the middle bridge, and travel east on Royal Palm Way approximately 0.6 of a mile to reach South County Road. At South County Road, make a right or southbound turn and travel approximately 0.8 of a mile to El Brillo Way. At El Brillo Way, make a right or westbound turn and travel approximately 1/10 of a mile to the last house on the south side of El Brillo, clearly marked number 358. Thank you. The premises desired to be searched is a 2-story single-family residence made of CBS construction. The residence is pink in color with white trim and has a white concrete tile roof. The residence has 2 separate driveway entrances from El Brillo paved in large white tile.
Hold on.
To enter and search the described place and premise together with it.
So let me actually go back after he finished reading the document. But that's where it starts. Hold on.
Or possession of the said property. Witness my hand and sealed this 18th day of October, AD 2005. Judge Laura Johnson of the Circuit Court, 15th Judicial Circuit, in and for Palm Beach County, Florida. Okay, this is your copy. When we are included, I will leave a list of what items were taken. Okay.
Ooh.
I would ask that you don't answer the telephone. I know that the gentleman had was having a conversation with Mr. Epstein at the time. So I'm sure he's trying to call to find out what's going on. You will be told what was going on as soon as we're done. Okay? Just stay local here. Okay. Stay local right
Stay local. They have permission from the judge to search. Okay. What items they're going to take and everything. Hold on. So this is just gonna go over a lot of stuff. So y'all, it's a lot. Okay. Hold on. Number one, that's a lot of pages to read to somebody, like, but they have to read it. I mean, they're in the garage. Hold on. Shout out to my mod Sharon. Thank you so much for the fan fund. It says thank you for all you do, Danny. Mods, hello, Avengers. Hey, hey, hey. And I appreciate you as well for being my mod. I appreciate it, Sharon. Thank you so much for the fan funding. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting the like button. So again, we're not going to review all these videos. It's too much. And there's also audio as well. I just wanted y'all to see, you know, that these files have been released and some things have been previously released that we already know about already. And then there are some things that people have not listened to or viewed, such as videos, okay, of the investigation. And also, I guess, of his other stuff. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's go look at another video. So yeah, just pretty much letting y'all know what's going on. And like I said, you'll be seeing anyone that's looking through these videos are going to pick out the more interesting tidbits of it. And then you'll be seeing it circulating. Okay. Hold on. That's supposed to be in the second video. Well, that was actually the third one. Let's see. Let's go to number 4. Again, these are like 1.25 gigabytes each, 1.25 gigs. So, and there's a bunch of files. So, downloading all of this. It looks like more of the same. Let's go to the 5th one. And then this is like the video files, but then they also have audio, which is audio. And it's weird because the audio, they have some it's like 10 seconds, and then they go to the next one, it's like 10 seconds, and it's like 10 seconds. I'm like, what are y'all doing? But hey, there's their files. Hold on. Oh, I heard somebody talking, so I gotta listen to gotta eavesdrop. Hold on.
You're coming down.
No problem.
I was all the way out there, driving all around.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all right. It's all right. You have identification with you? Great. Okay. The reason why I asked you to come down so you can talk to me is I'm working a case on which I believe you may have some information. Okay. Gentleman's name is Jeff. Okay. Was an old bro.
I was actually thinking about it on the way here, and I remember we were talking about it.
So the detective says, "Hey, I'm working on a case that I think you might have information on, and the guy's name is Jeff. So obviously Jeffrey Epstein, okay? And so this is like showing some of the interviews they did, okay? Hold on.
Why don't you start from the beginning for me, real quick? Before you do, let me swear you in. Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me from the beginning how you met this gentleman.
Through a friend. She told me about this guy I was short on rent 1 month, and she told me that all I had to do was give him a massage, and he would give me $200.
So she said a friend told her about this guy that all she had to do was give him a massage and he would give her some money. So we've already heard, if you know about Jeffrey Epstein case, we've already heard a lot about this, right? But they're releasing the files now, and the victims are blurred out. But we pretty much heard about this, right? I have. I don't know if you have or not.
She told me about this guy I was short on rent 1 month, and she told me that all I had to do was give him a massage, and he would give me $200.
So short on rent 1 month, and a friend told her, because you know how people recruit people through friends, like, complaining to a friend, hey, I'm short on rent. Oh, go to this guy, give him a massage, he'll give you some money. You know, it's just a massage, and then, you know, it turns out to not, okay, be just a massage. Hold on 1 second.
And that's pretty much it. And I thought about it. I was like, I really need the money. I've asked my parents, they can't give me the money. I asked everyone I knew, and I went there with her. I gave her a massage, and it was a weird situation.
Why don't you tell me, let me back you up. When did this happen?
Honestly, I really don't remember. It was a few months ago, I know that.
You said a few months ago, you're talking what? July, August, September?
Probably around July or August.
July, August. Okay. And is who?
I just met her.
So at the time of this interview, she says that it was only like a few months back that this had happened, so it wasn't that long ago.
For a friend. And that's pretty much all I know about her. Her boyfriend was a roommate of mine for about 3 weeks, and that was it. And I haven't talked to her since.
Okay. So she took you for a massage, to give a massage. Okay. Have you have any formal massage training?
No.
No. What else did she tell you what you had to provide?
That's it.
Just
That's all I knew. That's all she told me.
Okay. Did you provide the massage with clothing on?
All I had was underwear on. She did not tell me that. I was absolutely surprised when I got there. I knew nothing.
Okay. Did she tell you that you would have to provide the massage with just underwear?
No. She did not.
Okay. What do you mean by underwear? What do you mean? Just
only with my underwear.
Just panties?
Yeah.
Okay. No bra?
No.
Okay. How old are you now?
I'm 20.
You're 20. So a couple of months ago, you would have been, what, 19?
Yes.
So, well, your birthday's on. All right, so July, you would have been 19, 20, right? The birthday's 20. So, what else happened when you were providing the massage?
That's just it. He had a towel over his private parts, and he was just laying on a table, and I was just massaging from his knee down for about 45 minutes. And she said all I had to do was give him a massage for an hour.
So this is going to be the files. Also, there is something interesting that I want to talk about in my next live. Now, some people are going to be like, what, Danny? But yeah, it's just something that it crossed my mind in this live, and I was talking about sex workers. Yeah. So hold on. I'm actually going to talk about a little bit right now, so then y'all can know what I'm talking about. Hold on.
So that's what I did. And then, like 10 minutes before we were getting ready to leave, he asked her to leave because we were in the room together. And all I had to do was massage his chest, and that's it. He had the towel on him. And about 5 minutes into it, he took the towel off and started pleasing himself, which I was very uncomfortable with. Like, I wanted to leave right when I got there.
Okay, so was in the room with you until 10 minutes before the
About
massage
10
was
minutes,
over?
yes.
You rolled onto his back?
Yes, while we were both doing the massage.
Obviously, to massage his chest, you have to get on his back.
Yes.
Okay. You had the towel still on him?
Yes.
Okay. You were just in your panties?
Yes.
You started rubbing his chest?
Yes, and that's it.
And then you said he started pleasuring himself?
Yes.
In what way? I mean,
Masturbating.
he was masturbating. Okay. Okay. And did anything else happen?
I'm sorry, I don't like thinking back on the do, so.
Okay, first of all, I know this is hard on you, okay? I know that you put this behind you.
Yeah.
A lot of people that I've talked to have, okay? You're not the only person that he's done this to, okay? I've talked to many other girls
I'm not that type of person. That's why I was so.
And I understand that, and that seems to be a case with a lot of people. Okay, either they need cash quickly and they fall into this rut. But that's why I'm trying to look into this. But that's why I need you to be totally honest with me.
I am being completely honest with you.
Okay. So what else happened?
And then when he started pleasing himself, he got up and he went over to a drawer and he pulled out this vibrator thing, and then he pulled down my panties, and he started, it was just like this, it was like a stick with this knob thing on it, and he didn't like stick it inside me or anything, but he just, you know, put it on me, and that was it. And a couple minutes later it was over and he left. I put my clothes on and I went downstairs.
He removed your underwear and placed the vibrator on you, your vaginal area. Okay. At the same time, was he masturbating? Okay.
Is this going to be like all confidential and everything, or?
You're speaking to me, that's why I left your boyfriend out there. Okay.
I mean, he knows everything because I told him. So.
I mean, when you said it all ended, how did it end?
He came, he cleaned himself off, and he just got up and walked out. He's like, okay, you can put your clothes on, and he closed the door after he walked out. And when I went out, I went downstairs, and he was down there, and there were like three other girls there. I guess they stay there or something.
Okay. Do you know who those girls are?
I have no idea.
Where did this take place in the house?
Through the back door, up the stairs. I guess it was in his bathroom. I don't know if it was his bathroom. I'm guessing it was his bathroom because I'd never been there before.
Okay, describe the bathroom for me.
There was a sauna, there was a shower, there was a vanity, the door, a dresser, a closet, a couch, and another room that was closed off.
Okay, what color was the couch?
Oh, I don't even know. It had a towel over it.
Okay. Who were the other people downstairs, do you remember?
No, they were just three girls down there. I know one girl, her name is because he introduced me to her.
Describe her to me.
She has brown hair about right here. Maybe 5'5", 5'6". Maybe 120 pounds, I guess. She was young, maybe 23.
When you say he came, do you mean he ejaculated?
Yeah.
Okay. And he cleaned himself with his towel, the same towel he had on?
Yeah.
Okay. And then he told you to get dressed?
Mm-hmm.
During the time that he was utilizing the vibrator, were you hurt in any way?
No.
This was the only time you went?
Yes.
And you were paid how much?
$200.
Okay, so again, I'm gonna look at one more. So what's on that one? And then let's get into. I'm gonna end this live about for this period. It's like this is like another interview. This is another interview. You can tell there's a in the setting. Let's look at this one. So this looks like the interview and the warrants file or folder, okay? Our folder, I say. So these are, if you're interested in the interviews, this first folder I'm in, 002 folder is the one with the interviews. It's native 012 is the interviews, okay? Or the interviews, should I say.
Right now, I live, it's.
So yeah, these are the interviews. And remember, some of these people are, that girl was 19, but there are other girls that are actually young, that are actually minors, okay? So now I want to talk about one other topic that I'm going to talk about or expand on in my next live, okay? Hold on. So this live, again, Angie Stone, I gave you a summary. I didn't read 41 pages, but I gave you pretty much the premise of it. And then also the Epstein, just letting you know that the files are being released, what to look out for. And then we definitely fully covered the updates for the current updates as far as Dacara Thompson. Another thing I want to talk about is, wait. Let me get off here real quick.
All right. I appreciate you coming down again. All right. The reason why I asked you to come down was that I'm investigating a case in which my investigation, I believe that you have information on Jeff Epstein. Okay? First of all, before we even begin, let me just swear you in. Okay, you raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know you're Spanish.
I know,
I can
yeah.
speak Spanish.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so that's the interview again. So now I want to talk about Mark, a little bit from Mark from Soft White Underbelly, which I watched before because one person that he interviewed, she was claiming that she Diddy tried to sex traffic her, and she had went to this a freak out party or some sort of party and stuff that was going on. And to be honest, fast forward, how she described the freak off didn't actually match the Cassie story either. But I mean the reality of a freak off was. There was a lot of people, to be honest. I think Tana or something like that. A lot of people are talking about freak out parties that now fast forward when we hear what a freak out party is. It's not a party as in a lot of people as it was being, described as. It's like 3 people in the room only. Either Cassie, Diddy, and a male escort, or Jane, Diddy, and a male escort, not a full party. So I think a lot of people made bank and capitalize off of lies on those regarding the Diddy parties. And now that the truth is out here about what they really are and how they really are, I guess you probably thought they would never be fully exposed or in the way that you thought it would be. Nitty says, I noticed that. Narita says, her story was outlandish. Now, when I first watched Mark talk about his girlfriend, I was already suspicious. But then 2 people came into my two people came into my inbox since that time period, and they were suspicious about it, and they were wanting me to cover it. And I was like, it's interesting because I was already planning on covering it because I was like, not like, now, do I think something is suspicious? I don't. I just have my thoughts and opinions on this topic. So let's look into it.
Fight Underbelly is about giving people a space to tell their stories.
even when these stories.
So he is like Mark Software Underbelly. I like the actual mission and purpose and cause. People are talking about sometimes how he presented his people and how some people showed up and how he did certain things, which was kind of suspicious. But then what caught my eye was, hold on. He had shared this emotional video, and he was talking about his girlfriend that sadly passed away. So let me actually rewind. His show, Soft White Underbelly, he interviews prostitutes or sex workers. So some people don't like to be called prostitute, like they prefer sex worker. He interviews sex workers of all ages, including minors. He photographs them, and it's supposed to be artistic and not sexual or sexualized. People were talking about how it appears to be sexualized because how he takes certain pictures at certain angles of these when he has minors. So, you know, and people can get away with the artistic photographic stuff. But then later it turns out that he actually is dating or had one of these people that he interviewed to be his actual girlfriend as well. And yes, she's of age, but very young in comparison, in contrast to his actual age. So he in one of his videos, he shared that his girlfriend had passed away due to a combination, I think, of heart failure and cocaine use. So he actually was dating one of his actual people. So to me, I will have to say, I think that's crossing the line. If I had a YouTube channel and it was to rescue or save or help or get the message out for prostitutes, I'm not going to date one of the prostitutes or have any involvement in one of the prostitutes or in any capacity. I will see it as this is my job, this is my work, this is what I do, my charity, my organization, actually getting involved in a sexual way with your actual people that you know their trauma, their stories, their everything that could possibly have happened to them or influenced them, to where you could be like someone to where what happens if the person isn't truly interested in you, but they feel that you're their savior or their someone that if they say no, then you have some sort of control or dominance over whether you will help them in the future. There's a reason why people that are above others in a hierarchy on the totem pole in positions cannot actually be involved with certain people below them or relying on them for help or support or any donations or contributions, because it can become a thing to where people feel like it becomes unbalanced. So it just seems to me to be inappropriate when there's actual power dynamics and it's not equal across the board. So obviously it's not illegal and people can do what they want to. It's just that if you have certain morals, you should know that there's lines you should not cross, especially when you're a charity or you're in a position that you are in and what your mission or cause should be. And it also could be very messy. So anyways, with that being said, he was dating this girl, I think 19. I gotta see how old he is again, but he said that she passed away through a combination of heart failure and cocaine use. In a social media post, I gotta find it again, said something about her passing away and back in June due to overdose or health complications, but did not give really her precise. Let me see something really quick. Cause of death. So they have been dating for a period of time. So maybe it started at 19 and ended at a later time in her 20s.
I will look into it more and get back with y'all, but this is just something I'm going to be talking about. I might be talking about or looking into. Okay, hold on.
Challenge what we think we know. Ground News shows us different perspectives in the media, which is why Ground News is a perfect sponsor for my channel. In a world where algorithms censor much of the information we receive, constantly being fought over, my vantage underrepresented in the mainstream media. Underrepresented in the mainstream media. You can check this all out by scanning the QR code on screen or clicking the link below. It's easy to forget how much bias can shape the reality we live in. And in a world where our attention is constantly being fought over, my Vantage plan easily helps me keep up with more important stories slipping through the cracks. So I encourage you to check them out at ground.news/SWU. Subscribe through my link or download the mobile app and enter promo code SWU to save 40% off their Vantage plan. And by subscribing or even gifting it to someone you know, you're helping hold the media accountable and helping my channel directly. Thank you for watching.
Here we are.
Yeah, here we are. So I never really let my personal life get into, like, on this channel. I don't talk about my personal life at all. But something happened last week. It's going to be hard.
It is going to be hard.
Something happened last week that's so central to what I'm trying to show
I think he's 65.
and change
Right.
about all of us that I think it's worth talking about. It's important. I've had a I've had a girlfriend for the last 2.5 years, a young lady named Kiara, who I met. She brought in her mom for an interview. Her mom is a homeless drug addict, lives on the streets to this day. And we met and just kind of clicked and got along, and it was really, you know, she wasn't the kind of girl I thought I would ever be involved with romantically, but it turned into that very quickly.
Okay, so that's so he's saying that she brought her mother in. Okay, hold on. So let me show y'all really quickly. We're not gonna get into it fully today, but let me show y'all this really quickly. Hold on. Let's go here.
And go at the pace that makes sense to you. That's part of,
not inherited, but it's kind of like transferred.
So
from
this is
the
her
parent
right
to the
here.
child. In a lot of ways, there are people who.
So this is her. So yeah. So what do y'all think about that? Hold on. She's very tiny. Hold on.
Yeah.
I've had a girlfriend for the last 2.5 years, a young lady named Kiara, who I met. She brought in her mom for an interview. Her mom is a homeless drug addict, lives on the streets to this day. And we met and just kind of clicked and got along. And it was really, you know, she wasn't the kind of girl I thought I would ever be involved with romantically, but it turned into that very quickly. And it was really the most wonderful relationship. It was magical. We both used to say all the time, like, I can't believe this is happening. It's like both of us seem to love each other more
every day.
The relationship got stronger and better as it went on, and it was beautiful. It was just amazing. She used to say, I used to say, you know, I am much older than she is, and I used to say, like, if you ever want to get rid of me because I'm too old, just let me know. And she goes, like, I would never do that. You're like irreplaceable. There's nobody like you. And I felt the same way about her. It's like she was one of a kind. So fun and kind, and her sense of humors were perfectly matched. It was like we just constantly made each other laugh. You know, my job is hard. You know, I do this all day, and some days are really difficult. Like, I would just come home fried and just in a nasty sour mood. And I would walk in the door and sit down, and just within 3 minutes, everything was erased and just gone. It would evaporate just because of the way she treated me, the way we interacted. It was just magical. It was the best.
And under it says, here's a link to Kiara's family GoFundMe. So let me actually click on the GoFundMe. Hold on. Memorial fund for Kiara and 3-year-old son King. Organized by Daryl James. Let's see, read more. I'm not showing it because it has her son on it, the picture of a son. So I'm not gonna show the child, okay? It says honoring the life of Kiara, and then gives her last name, supporting her memorial and family. On Wednesday, May 28, 2025, we lost a beloved mother, daughter, and friend, Kiara. Last name. Her passing has left a deep void in the lives of those who knew and loved of her. Most heartbreakingly, she leaves behind her precious 3-year-old son, who now faces a future without his loving mother. Kiara was a light in the lives of many, a devoted mother, a compassionate friend, and someone who never hesitated to help others. Thank you for your love, support, and generosity. Every donation, share, and prayer means the world to us. And it gives the parent's name. And I guess, so this is her and this is him in a photo together.
Only 2.5 years, but probably one of the best things that ever happened to me.
So they were together 2.5 years, he says.
It didn't matter, this age difference. You guys were just best friends.
She was very mature for her age. She was in her 20s. She was very mature for her age. I had a hard time believing she was in her 20s, more like 30s. She looked 30 something. And I am very young at heart for my age. So yes, on paper.
He was saying that she looked 30 something and he's very young at heart for his age.
Big age gap, but in reality, we were perfectly matched. Perfectly matched. It sounded weird on paper, but if you saw us together, like there was nothing weird about it. She had a 3-year-old son. She has a 3-year-old son. We would see each other every day, every night, had breakfast every other day, and then get together for the evening after work. And then we would be texting each other. She'd text me all these really sweet little love kind of messages throughout the day, and that was really sweet. I enjoyed all that silly little stuff. It was really something I never thought I'd like in a relationship. Very different kind of woman than I've ever been with before. I was always into these almost elusive, challenging, difficult people, and she was none of that. Just loving, kind, open, honest, sweet, just the greatest in every way. And last Wednesday, I texted her like I always do at night. I came by to see her just briefly because she had some friends over, but I came by to say hi. She was her usual self. Everything was perfect. I left and I texted her when I went to bed. She texted me back right away. And then in the morning, I get up early. I text her and don't expect a reply right away, but like 8 o'clock goes by, 9 o'clock goes by, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. So I drive over. She lived nearby my studio, and I have a key to her place. I go open the door. Her 3-year-old son is there with a stinky diaper, and I go, "Where's mommy?" And he points to the bedroom. And I go into the bedroom. The bed is empty. And I go into the bathroom, and she's underwater, laying in the bathtub.
Yeah, so you live nearby, you have a key. Now, I'm not trying to see where I apply. I just have to look into this further. I just want to hear more about what happened with Kiara and things like that. Child, a mess. Lives nearby, has a key. Yeah, hold on.
Curled up. And I'm just like, I just didn't know what to make of that. But I grabbed her and I tried to pull her out, and she's hard and cold. Lips were blue.
So he finds her in the tub. So he saw her the night before, and he lives nearby and has the key, but he didn't come by until later. Okay, hold on. So who is Mark? A photographer, filmmaker, and YouTube creator born in 1960 in Detroit, Michigan, and raised in Chicago. At 65 years old, he's built a remarkable career, first as an advertising photographer for brands like Apple, Coca-Cola, and IBM, and later as the creator of Soft White Underbelly. Launched in 2016, the channel has grown to over 5.46 million subscribers, featuring black and white portraits and in-depth interviews with people from marginalized communities such as Whitaker family in West Virginia or individuals on Skid Row in Los Angeles. His work aims to humanize those society often ignores, exploring themes of trauma, addiction, and resilience. Mark's approach, combining stark photography with candid conversations, has earned both praise for its empathy and criticism for its ethical implications. He was previously in a past marriage to someone named Elizabeth Susan. The tragic story of a past girlfriend. In June 2025, a social media post shed light on a deeply personal chapter of Mark's life. He shared the story of a young girlfriend he was deeply in love with who passed away, possibly due to an overdose or health complications. This revelation, tied to his soft white underbelly project, moved many fans, as it showed Mark's own experience with loss and grief. The post did not specify when this relationship occurred or provide details about the woman's identity, but it highlighted Mark's ability to connect with the pain of those he interviews. This glimpse into his past suggests he has experienced significant romantic relationships since his divorce. There is no definitive evidence that Mark is dating or has a girlfriend after his divorce from Elizabeth. Okay, so let's go on. The recent social media post about his late girlfriend suggests he has had romantic connections post-divorce, but nothing indicates an active relationship now. Mark's focus appears to be on his work, splitting his time between LA and New York. Okay. And it says he has daughters, Alexandra and Olivia, and goes on and on. Okay, so hold on. So it talks about his project, which most people know him for, Soft White Underbelly. The YouTube channel named after a phrase Winston Churchill used to describe a vulnerable region during World War II is Mark's passion project. Operating from a studio in Los Angeles, Skid Row, he interviews people from all walks of life: prostitutes, addicts, the homeless, and even the Whitaker family, often called America's most inbred family. His black and white portraits capture their raw humanity, while his interviews dive into their stories of struggle and survival. The channel has amassed over 1 billion views, reflecting its impact. However, it's also faced scrutiny, with some critics questioning whether Mark's work exploits vulnerable people or sensationalizes their pain. In 2024, YouTuber Tyler Olivia accused Mark of mismanaging GoFundMe donations for the Whitaker family, a claim Mark refuted with evidence of transparent transactions. These controversies highlight the complexity of Mark's mission, but they also show his dedication of giving a platform to the voiceless. So this could be something that's actually just kind of like biased. It is going to be biased towards leaning towards Mark. So yeah. So let's go ahead, and whenever you're reading something or listening to something, you have to see if someone's going to be biased or not, because if they're biased, then it's not going to be an objective or equal or fair opinion that will look at both sides equally. Okay. So let's go back to this.
And she'd obviously been in there for 10 11, 12 hours, something like that.
So she had been there for at least 10, 11, 12 hours, something like that. But if you found her, how would you know how long she had been there? If you didn't see her from the night before, and how would you know how long she had been there if you never, like, okay, let's say you talk to me, like someone talked to me tonight, they saw me tonight, and then tomorrow they find me in the tub deceased. How do you know how long I have been deceased? I mean, how do you know how long I have been under the water or deceased or gone? What happened if it was just a few hours before, like 5 hours? Or how do you know it could have been early that morning or right after you left? How do you know the timing, the time period for when it would happen? And some people can say, well, you can just tell by the body and the decomposition and the state of the body, how long the possibility. Yeah, if you're a fucking forensic examiner. Now again, I don't know.
Long enough to not be savable. And there's
So he said she had been there long enough to not be savable.
the joint on the side of the bathtub.
A joint on the side of the bathtub.
She likes to smoke her weed, and I tried CPR. I called 911 immediately. They came right away, but nothing's going to happen. Nothing was going to happen, and it was just like getting hit by a train. Like, this girl I loved just fucking died, and there was no explanation of how or why. I can't make sense of it. And information is coming out. The detectives called me a couple days later and said they found.
I don't know about him being rich. If he's rich, then why would the family need to go fund me? Because if he was rich, he would say, that's my girlfriend, I love her, I'm gonna cover the cost of the funeral. He actually shared the family GoFundMe for her funeral arrangement. So that tells me there's either no memorial burial fund saved, or he's not rich enough to cover at least the cost of her funeral, right? Because they have this GoFundMe, which I can't show because there's kids on it. But they do have this GoFundMe. But I can show the top portion. The top portion right here. So he shared it under his video. So if he were rich, in my assumption, right, I presume that he would, cover the cost. Now, I'm not saying he's guilty of anything, nefarious. I'm just saying that it is. If I'm gonna be honest, it's fishy. And sometimes there are times where, I hate to bring up movies, but sometimes it shows, sometimes movie, it can actually be reality sometimes, where something happens where someone has a drug overdose or they have something while someone is with them, and they freak out, and they freak out because, like, oh my gosh, this person, they had some sort of something happen was I gave them drugs or I did something, and then they die, and then now you try to see how you can get out of it, because and you leave, and then you just hope somebody else to recover the body, or you think of something to do. There are scenarios like that. So it's not always to where someone intentionally unalives someone. Sometimes someone really does die in a way, and then a person covers up the fact that they were actually there at the time of when it happened, and then they leave so that they could just try to pretend like they weren't there at the moment the person died initially. So that's how they can have information about the person's death without actually being but then still not come away with being guilty because they actually didn't unalive the person, but maybe they were there and they knew what happened or saw it happen, were present in something way. I don't know. So, so do you believe that they have been dating for 2.5 years, and Mark, who deals with prostitutes, addicts, and different people, that he was unaware and did not know that she's been doing cocaine? And he says cocaine, which cocaine is, oh, y'all not even listening, my bad. Y'all, I gotta switch tabs. So that's how I know my time is up, because I'm not even on the right tab for y'all to listen, my bad. Let me switch. Hold on, let me go back.
Don't expect a reply right away, but like 8 o'clock goes by, 9 o'clock goes by, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. So I drive over, she lived nearby my studio. And I have a key to her place. I go open the door. Her 3-year-old son is there with a stinky diaper. And I go, where's mommy? And he points to the bedroom. And I go into the bedroom. The bed is empty. And I go into the bathroom. And she's underwater, laying in the bathtub, curled up. And I'm just like, I just didn't know what to make of that. But I grabbed her and I tried to pull her out, and she was hard and cold. Lips were blue. And she'd obviously been in there for 10, 11, 12 hours, something like that. Long enough to not be savable. And there was a joint on the side of the bathtub. She likes to smoke her weed. And I tried CPR. I called 911 immediately. They came right away. But nothing's going to happen. Nothing was going to happen. And it was just like getting hit by a train. Like, this girl I loved just fucking died. And there was no explanation of how or why. I can't make sense of it. And information is coming out. The detectives called me a couple of days later and said they found cocaine. They talked to her friends that she was with that night. She was doing cocaine, and she had been doing cocaine regularly for the last couple months at least.
So I will say, he says right here that she was with a friend. So what friend was she with? So I guess the night before, she wasn't just, with him, with the friend. Wait, who saw her last, the friend or you? That's the thing. I have to go back and listen to it from the beginning.
It's a few months.
But you didn't know about that?
I didn't know about it. I didn't know. She kept me out of the loop on that, and she hid it very well, and I didn't know. And this is a late night thing, because I go to bed so early. She's staying up later. She'd probably do coke every night. And another thing that's important, so it looked like a fentanyl overdose then, once you see that. But in her family, there are 3, I think they're all female, 3 women that died of myocarditis. Myocarditis is where the lining of your heart, and I think it enlarges and your heart stops. So 3 of her relatives, close relatives, passed away from myocarditis. One more young relative had a pacemaker put in. So myocarditis and cocaine mixed together, I was reading about it on the internet, is really just like it's a recipe to how to stop your heart. And my guess is that's probably what happened in this case. That's almost like a side detail, because she has a 3-year-old child. She has a great life, great future ahead of her, a great boyfriend supporting her in every way.
So that's just his assumption. So the thing is, was an autopsy done? I wonder how her funeral was. Was her funeral like an actual funeral, or was she cremated, or was she just a regular funeral?
There's no reason to pick up a drug like cocaine. There's no reason to pick up any drug like that when your life is going smoothly.
Cocaine is more expensive than crack. That's what I've been told, right? And so she will have to have money to be able to afford cocaine, right? Because it's more expensive than crack.
And I've been, of course, thinking about this nonstop since it happened. Not sleeping. It's hard. And
soul crushing.
Yeah, soul crushing is the fucking word.
It's the last thing we thought that was going to.
Everybody, like the last thing, and like her parents were her adopted parents. So she was, her biological mom is a homeless crystal meth addict. She never met her father, doesn't even know who her dad is, biological dad. She was adopted by this couple, married couple, and they saved her life. They loved her, they raised her, they did a great job. She's a wonderful person because of them. But the scar of having your parents, your biological parents, both decide to not even bother with you. We don't want to, like, dad doesn't even want to see you. He doesn't want to know you. I'm not interested. Mom is going to be like.
So yeah, people are always going to be suspicious with people that are found in a bathtub. People are, especially when a lot of times when you're in a bathtub, it can kind of like wash stuff off of you. Like it's a way to cleanse somebody or wash somebody of stuff or something too. Hold on.
You know, I got better things to do. That's a scar that
doesn't go away.
Doesn't go away. It's such a deep wound that I think there's, you have to look at that and be like, and then so I find some things out in talking with her friends. Like the cocaine started about 3-4 months ago. And she would always say, I will never do these kind of drugs because of my mom. She would always say that. That's why I didn't even suspect that there could be anything like that going on. She would always say that. So I'm like, well, it couldn't be that. That would never be an option. But apparently it became an option.
She didn't give any inclination to this. I mean,
she hid it for me. I was also supporting her financially. I was, paying her rent and stuff like that. So you don't want to disappoint that person who's your kind of, support system. I understand.
And I would love for a body, a body language expert to look at the video, because he's doing a lot of, I'm not really trying to be all suspicious just because he's 65 and she was possibly, 19 and then 2.5 years together and she's in 20s and whatever. However, the age, it's a big age gap. I don't know the exact age, but what I will say is just a lot of suspicious stuff going on. His body language is throwing me off. I think that he knows more than what he's telling. He knows more than what he's saying. It's kind of like you get that feeling like someone knows more than what they're telling you, because the way they are talking or telling the story is like they're trying to carefully word things and they're really cautious. Like someone is not guilty of something at all or anything, they're usually free talking and they're just going and talking. Someone that's guarded and cautious and kind of like, how can I phrase this? How can I word this? They're definitely trying to make sure they don't get caught up or slip or mess up, or they're really guarded in how they proceed in their conversations with people, right? And the body language, that's why I say a body language expert would probably, I would want, especially this one guy, what's his name? The one that did Jag, Piers Morgan interview. What I like about him is that he combines sociology with psychology and also common sense. He adds in that common sense factor as well. So it's not like, oh my gosh, I'm a body language expert and I know everything about body language. He has common sense and different other things in there. So I prefer his style. Okay.
There's good and bad that comes with those kind of relationships, but it is what it was. So when your life is so sweet, you have a beautiful kid. He's a great young man, just 3 years old and sweet and fun and play.
So you're saying that her life is so sweet. You're paying her bills. That's how you have the key and you have this or that. Everything is great for her. But then all of a sudden you're saying that she started using drugs. So if everything is so great, why is she coping or using drugs for?
And just cute as can be. You have a boyfriend who's supportive and loves you to death. You have a great relationship with him. You have a great future. You have a great life. You usually had a really great life. But if your psyche, your subconscious, your deep view of yourself from your parents' treatment of you is that I'm worthless, that they don't even want to know me. They don't want to raise me. They don't want to do shit with me. That's a scar that just is hard to repair. Which is why this is why I'm talking about this on camera, because this is what my channel is about. more than anything. People think it's a drug channel. It's not a drug channel. People think it's about this, that, or the other. It's not about any of these things. It's really about how important it is to be a parent, a great parent, a loving, unconditional, being able to love your kids unconditionally is the most important thing that will ever happen to a person in their lives. Just being present, even if you're not the best parent, at least be present, be there and let them know that you care. Show up to their Little League game or their volleyball game or their whatever.
Just have dinner together.
Have dinner together, something. But that's why I'm working so hard. That's why I put out all these videos. That's why I do this work. So that hopefully people will figure this out. And this just hits so fucking close to home for me because I don't do drugs.
Yeah, spoiled her, paid for everything. However, they had to do a GoFundMe for the funeral. And also remember, with someone paying all your bills, and that's also a way, again, of, to be honest, if it's someone that's great, then it's actually great. If someone is controlling or whatever, or dominating, it's actually bad because they actually control you as far as financially. We saw this with Cassie and others where they say that someone, their life and their livelihood and survival is in someone else's hands. That can be a good thing if the person is loving, but if the person is not loving and controlling and are abusive or whatever, it could be a no. Yeah, but when they were together 2.5 years, so since they were together 2.5 years, that means that he started dating her when she was younger, almost going on 20, maybe 19 or 20. So, depending on how exactly her age. So yeah, that means, so if you find that everything you pay for everything, who paid for her habit? People can say, well, he gave her maybe some sort of what is it called? Yeah, my time is up. Okay, when I get like this and I'm tired, my brain is not gonna think all the way. What do you call it when you give people an allowance? Maybe he gave her some sort of allowance. And then with that, he didn't keep track of what she was using that extra money for. So let's continue listening. So I'm going to continue listening. I'll give my thoughts and opinions, okay?
I've never smoked pot. I don't do anything that is like this. So to have it come into my life is just like, it doesn't, like, how did this happen?
It's still sinking in.
Still sinking in. But I think she just kind of had this really great life with me. Everything was cool. But there's a part of her that just believes that she's worthless. Like her parents. Because the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. You don't end up with a self-worth that is drastically different than your parents. We turn into our parents in a lot of ways. I know there are people.
Wow. That was a little snarky and a little shady, to be honest. When he said the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, that was a little shady, y'all. It was mixed in there with a little shade, and then he caught himself. It looks like he was kind of upset that she did drugs or she was doing something, and he's like, "That's like a shade, like the apple don't fall too far from the tree, like that." You went a little to the left there, and then you went, "Oh, wait, I gotta get back to the right, Hold on. He said the apple don't fall too far from the tree. So remember, she had the foster or adopted, right? And then she had the bio.
Parents, because the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. You don't end up with a self-worth that is drastically different than your parents. We turn into our parents in a lot of ways. I know there are people who break out of that and become better than their parents. And there are some people that do the opposite. But in general, you have to factor that in heavily because it just will color who you become probably more than anything else. If your parents' self-worth is in the gutter, as her parents were, biological parents were.
I think it's got to be hard to have a child when she must have been thinking about her parents and why they weren't in her life. Constantly, which is maybe why she did turn to this alternative lifestyle to see what it was like.
Well, you said something the other day, because we talk about this now daily.
Yeah. Just
going
healing,
through.
trying to get through it.
You said it might be some kind of attempt.
Yeah, some people are eccentric, awkward. People say naturally weird, and whatever you want to say or describe. Quirky. So, I mean, I'm not going to be really paying attention to how someone is weird. I'm going to be looking at things that are inconsistent or things that seem a little fishy, as in regards to actions and things that don't really make sense as far as the story goes. So I try not to be the person that attacks based on ad hominem fallacies and attacking the person themselves instead of the actual argument. So I'm going to try to stick to the argument. Now some of his, if you go the other way, he has those crazy eyes and that crazy look. You seen that one, even the thumbnail to it, it's like he's trying to look like whatever, but he looks crazy. Okay, but that's going to the person. So I'm gonna be actually just listening and then just like thinking about what I think is kind of inconsistent with this whole thing or fishy. And I wasn't going to talk about this until next live, but it's a short video, 25 minutes, so I might as well finish it out and just knock it out the ballpark. Come on.
And to reconnect with her mom.
I did say that.
Who she never sees.
Yeah.
Rarely sees.
Like to try to understand, why is this more important than me?
Well, the crazy thing for me, you got a 3-year-old child. She loves her child. She loves her boy. You're going to decide to pick up cocaine, which could lose that kid in a flash.
In a flash.
In a flash.
Inevitably. How are you going to get through this without a consequence? It's baffling. It's baffling.
Yeah. So she started using more and more and more. It sounds like she had a scar around her nostril from using so much cocaine when she passed. And when I found her in the bathtub, there was blood.
Listen, if Mark was someone that wasn't around addicts all the time, he might get a pass to not knowing someone is an addict. But he has been around addicts for a while to know the telltale signs of an addict, especially if that's his girlfriend. He lives close by. He has the key to her place, spending a lot of time with her. You're not gonna recognize her nose, his nostril thing. It didn't just appear in one day. It didn't appear just one day, Mark. You had to be seeing this. So it's like, why is he denying that he knows that she does drugs? And I feel like he may be even disappointed in it, because he keeps on saying the apple. Listen to the statements of disappointment. The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. Why would you pick up cocaine when you have your 3-year-old? There's disappointment here. You have everything. I'm paying all these bills. Like you have a great life. Then why are you this cocaine? I feel like he's disappointed in the drug use. Because also his thing is to try to save people and get people all clean and get people this. What happens if your whole channel in your life is trying to rescue people that are addicts and prostitutes and this and that, but you cannot even save or rescue your own girlfriend? You can't even fix your own girlfriend or rescue her or get her to stop doing things or do certain things. So then how does that make you look? There are some people that feel that way, like, oh my gosh, I'm actually a police officer and then my child is constantly doing crimes, or I'm in this and my child is constantly doing that. And they feel like, how can I actually be trying to help the community when I can't, my own household or in my own closeness and people in close proximity to me, I can't even get those people fixed or helped. You know what I mean? So it makes a person to, maybe start questioning themselves.
All around her nose, underwater. So clearly that's from a lot of cocaine use.
That's just so hard.
Yeah, it's killing me.
Of all the things for you to find too, someone you love underwater.
Yeah, and that's a good point, All Night, is that he's also, y'all, my bad. I'm not even gonna go there because I just got through for a loop. So that's Mark's ex-wife, okay? And that's Kiera on the left-hand side. I'm not even gonna mention it because I'm not trying to be whatever. I just got thrown, okay? Yeah. Yeah, hold on.
I mean, not knowing that she had a problem, this definitely hits home like the channel for sure. Because I think well, I read emails every day, not my kid. And this, my parents never knew I'm functioning this. There's a lot of problems going on that people aren't wanting to talk about clearly.
Yeah. I mean, there are things going on that she probably wouldn't talk with me, as I mentioned earlier. One of her close friends told me that she said that she had taken to driving on the freeway when she's going to her mom's house or whatever, her adopted mom's house, and closing her eyes while she drives.
Which makes no sense.
Well, it's like you have this, she used to be a cutter when she was a kid. She has all the scars on her left arm from cutting. And you're driving and closing your eyes for a bit. Nothing happened from it, but like, why are you doing that? What's that all about? And then picking up cocaine when you got a 3-year-old and you got a great life and everything is cool and drugs are a problem because you saw what happened to your mom.
So yeah, he has a real problem. Yes, he has anger towards her. Blames her for her death, obviously, and is disappointed in her. Like, how your mother is, and so if he's saying that to us and we're public and strangers, he definitely was saying that to her, like this disappointment, this frustration, this anger. You have a child, you have this, and he even says right here that you could lose your kid easily, just with that. So he could have even threatened her, like, listen, I'm gonna call, I could call someone and your kid could be taken away. No telling what he was saying or doing, especially in moments where they're arguing or fighting or things like that. And he keeps on overly stating that this is a perfect relationship, it's a great relationship, it's so perfect. But if it's so perfect, why is she escaping through drugs? Oh, okay. And then again, I'm not trying to say that people that use drugs, you can provide someone a good life and they can still go do wrong things. They can have a good life and they can still do drugs. So there are people that are rich and billionaires. If you look at Diddy, he still does drugs and they still start using drugs. So drug use does not really matter when it comes to money. I'm just saying that some people do use drugs as a way to escape from their reality, and even if they're rich, they're still trying to escape from something, or some people just do it for fun. So I guess it depends on why the person is using the drug.
We're going to choose to do that.
And we talk about it a lot here because it's what we do on the daily. It's just a strange, it still doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense, but I'm trying to make sense of it and what I just mentioned.
I mean, I chalk it up to her. She was a little younger. So, when I was younger, as we said, it's like, we're so stupid when we're young. We're just stupid. We don't think about stuff when we're young until you have to sometimes. So do you, how are you? Can you
I'm
share?
Struggling. I'm just struggling. I'm sure I'm resilient and I'm sure I'll get through this and get over it and carry on as usual. But, people have said, oh, you should take a break. If I take a break, I sit around and just cry and stare at the wall. So working helps, but I don't have the same drive that I used to. It's just kind of sad to do anything right now, but work is helping. I go to the gym a lot now and it just kind of like keeps my mind.
And it's healthy for you to take.
Yeah, because he keeps on saying her son. And obviously it's not always immediate to where he will say our son or our kid or whatever. But with the level of love he's saying that he has, like, oh, the love of my life and she's this, she's the best thing that happened. Usually it would follow to where it's our son, or it'd be some sort of sentiments to where you're expressing like, well, that's my son, I raised him, something like that.
Some time right now to just listen to your body and go at the pace that makes sense to you. That's part of when we deal with shit.
Yeah. Self-worth is like the core of what the problem is with this story, I think. And self-worth is not inherited, but it's kind of like transferred from the parent to the child in a lot of ways. There are people who've broken free of that. But
if she could hear you right now, what would you say to her?
Oh my God. It's all right. I mean, it's okay to have this. Look at your mom. It's explainable why you did this. It's really just about self-sabotage. To me, it's a story of self-sabotage. Because if you want to keep your child, don't pick up a drug that's going to take that kid away in a flash. Because anything could happen, and they find out that you're using cocaine or whatever drug, they'll take that kid away, and that's it.
Yeah, I can tell y'all, he has definitely used that during arguments against her. He has said your kid can get taken away, because why are you immediately thinking about her kid could be taken away? So that's something that you have thought about and possibly even threatened her with.
I just don't take your loved ones for granted, man. Just treat every day like it's the last day you're going to spend with them. You never know where you're going to see them again. It's just taught me some things that are hard to handle.
What did you learn about love from all of this? Are you still processing it, or?
Well, I mean, she treated me differently than any of my partners ever did, and I loved the way
she was loved.
Wait, so you said I need to see that article. So he did an interview with Cosmo and said, "I'm getting over it." Or did he really say that? Let me see. Hold on. Well, can you actually send me the link, because I need to get off here, and this is like 5 more minutes. Hold on.
Oh yeah, it was a very interesting relationship we had. It was magical. It felt magical every single day, and it was getting better as it went on. 3 years in, it was better at 3 years than it was at the beginning, even. But
he said like 2.5 years. Then he says 3 years.
Sometimes when things are too good, you're going to self-sabotage. You give a homeless person a winning lottery ticket, all of a sudden
3, that's like 19 meeting, and then in 22 she's passing away.
they're a multimillionaire. They're going to be homeless in a year and a half, back on the street, because that's what they believe they deserve. That's why they're on the street in the first place. It wasn't like they lost their job and became homeless. It's because their self-worth went to crap, and that's what they believe they deserve.
And did she ever give you any idea that she had low self-esteem as of late? Or?
No, like with me, she operated very, very nicely. Very, like somebody that had self-worth, self-esteem. But I was always aware that, with a mom like that and a dad that you don't even know, there's going to be some scar. But I just figured I could try to help her. I mean, you meet somebody that never had a parent, both of your parents.
Okay, when one of y'all send it to me on IG, please. Okay, because I'm already pushing that 6 hours. Send it to me on IG at Danny Robinson YT. Well, both of y'all know mine.
To abandon you, my heart just went out to her. I just wanted to do everything I could to try to fix it. And
it's a beautiful thing to watch somebody become self-sufficient or a little more confident, walk a little taller, find the dream that they might have overlooked, or it was exciting to witness her kind of stepping into her own.
She was a singer. She was in her music, and
oh my God, incredible voice.
And I gave her
loved her songs.
I gave her all the studio time she needed, producers she had, and she was doing some great stuff. She's on the Fig documentary on my channel. She's like the second to last song, and I think there's another song at the intro of a Azariah video that
right
is also hers.
Is there something that now you understand about some of the families that have had to suffer and face this sort of a loss that you might not have understood before?
Well, I mean, I've seen so many stories similar to this that it's like I see the pattern. I see the damage done by having a dad who just said, "Yeah, I'm good," or a mom that's like,
"Child, a mess. So what do y'all think about this?" Hold on.
Not really doing her job. My mom is the exact opposite. My mom loved me so perfectly. My mom was very attractive and very stylish, and she would walk into a room and everybody would stop and notice her.
She was lovely. Is this bringing up memories of your mom?
Fuck yes.
Yeah, I knew it would.
Fuck yes. It's like some of the trauma of losing my mom gets churned up.
That's right.
through this. But so my mom, she would walk into a room and get everyone's attention just because she was so stylish and beautiful. But when you talk with her, when you get to know her, she was just so kind and accepting of everybody from top to bottom. She was just very gracious and kind and warm and loving to everybody. And it was such a wonderful thing to grow up around. And to be your son was the best thing that ever happened to me.
I think your mom would be so proud of you. To be honest, you emulate her. Because when you walk into a room, it's very similar.
Yeah.
And you care. Boy, do you care.
Yeah, we're very similar. There's a book. Joyce Tennyson, a photographer, has a book called Wise Women. And it's portraits of women. And there's a quote. I think that quote is like, what advice would you give or I'm not sure what the question was, but it's just a quote from all the women that are photographed in the book, and my mom's in that book.
Mhm.
And the quote that they used of hers, I think they're asking, like, what advice would you give to live a great life? And my mom said, choose your parents well.
Oh.
Which of course is a joke, but it's like, there's nothing more that we can do for our children
Then be there for them.
than to be great parents.
Or don't have kids.
All right. Thanks, you guys.
Love you, Mark.
So yeah, so we already went ahead and covered most of it today, okay? And if you're interested in that, let me know in the comments below the video on the replay, okay? And yeah, so y'all interested in that, actually that topic? Just 1 second here. So I have not got nothing yet. Oh wait, let me check my inbox. Wait 1 second. Okay, times. Thank you, Alicia. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's listen to this. And once I listen to this, I will give my final assessment, not final, but my current opinion of this whole topic, and then we'll pick back up later, okay? So let's go to 23 minutes. Girl, when you said Cosmo, I was thinking about the magazine. So I was looking up Cosmo magazine. I didn't know you were talking about Cosmo, actual guest on the show. Yeah, I was way off. Okay. Now, once I searched up Cosmo and soft white underbelly, I saw this person, but I was like, yeah, okay, because that popped up. Now, hold on.
Eugenia told me, we're still friends, me and Eugenia. I love her to death. My old manager.
Yeah, she's great.
Now I have my new manager here. And
yeah, so Lisa, you are trying to jump ahead, Lisa. We're gonna go over that. We're gonna go over the mom's interview. We're going to go over everything. So what I'm just introducing y'all to the topic. So y'all are getting the introduction. This is the introduction, and then this is the topic we will be talking about. Just like with the other topics, I will keep y'all, we're just like, every time I go live, we'll just talk about a topic. Sometimes I'll talk about this, and sometimes I won't talk about it. So this is just another topic we'll be adding to our docket, our list, okay? Yeah. So we won't have time today because I'm already getting at my 6 hours, but we definitely will get to it in another live, but I'm glad you're interested in actually following it. Hold on.
she told me it was too sad for you,
Well, it's like to be as depressed, and I was really in shock, basically, to be in West Hollywood where every guy has his elbows over his ears and is just gyrating and shaking his hips around. It was just too much for me.
Yeah,
I couldn't.
And that happened like the day before. Or the
it was. Well, that was on a Saturday or Sunday, and she had passed away on. It was Wednesday morning that I found out. So it was a few days later.
So it was too soon.
Way too soon.
But I appreciate you coming anyway.
I'm doing much better today.
Huh?
I'm doing much better now.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God.
It's been a hard 2 months.
Addiction is a motherfucker.
Jesus Christ.
And it hides, and it knows how to hide, and it's baffling. And the book says, it's cunning, baffling, and powerful, and it's baffling how you didn't even know all that was going on.
I had no idea.
I
mean, granted, I had a flu for a week or two right when this all happened. So I was kind of like not as involved as I usually was, where I'd see her every single night after work. So I was kind of like laying off, and I think it was getting really hot and heavy for her and starting to self-destruct in a serious way. And it just caught up and boom.
It just blew up. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Bad timing.
Unfortunate. But, I know housewives that hide vodka like in the bathroom and their husbands don't even know they're drinking. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So I get it. Like, we know how to hide. We have secrets,
The secrets are what really did it all in, because I'm the kind of partner that if you told me like all the dirt that she was hiding from me, all of it, every bit of it, and there's a lot. I would have forgiven. I would have figured it out. Let's work through this. I understand. It's like, I forgive and forget. Really, it's one of my best qualities.
Right.
But when you don't tell me anything, I can't do shit about it.
Yeah.
I thought everything was cool. Oh, you had something going on, but I thought you were sick or something. You were saying you were sick.
Yeah.
Not telling me the truth. If you told me the truth, nobody responds quicker.
Yeah.
So, did I skip over it? Did I not hear it? Or is it further along? That's just the starting point.
Faster and better than I
Let me
did.
look at the transcript.
Well, it erupted, because those secrets will kill you one way or another. They say we're as sick as our secrets. So basically that's what happened. She had a big secret.
She had a lot.
A lot of it, too much actually. And and you were the last to know. And you were right there. You were her partner,
I was the first.
So you're like,
I was the first to find out that I didn't know anything was going on.
Yeah.
Pulled her dead body out of a bathtub.
So sad. So sad. Yeah. So that's the disease for you.
Yeah.
So, hopefully you learned something too about this disease.
No, I'm learning a lot.
That it is cunning, baffling, and powerful. You know what I mean? And somebody could hide it from you.
Sneaky.
So you have to give them a drug test next time. You get a phone call and like, do you want to do this movie or do you want to do this commercial?
I even went to watch you become the honorary mayor of West Hollywood.
Yeah, you came to see me. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. So the mayor of West Hollywood gave me a proclamation that day. I really want you there for all these events because I feel like, honestly, if I wasn't on your show and didn't meet you, literally half of these things wouldn't happen to me, Mark, So so I wanted to share that with you and you came.
You deserve it.
I also told you, I said, come to Gay Pride because I'm performing my song on stage.
I did. But that was the day after my girlfriend passed away and it was one of the hardest days of my life.
Yeah. Eugenia told me, who we're still friends, me and Eugenia. I love her to death. My old manager.
Yeah, she's great.
Now I have my new manager here. And she told me it was too sad for you,
Well, it was like to be as depressed and I was really in shock, basically, to be in West Hollywood where every guy has his elbows over his ears and is just gyrating and shaking his hips around. It was just too much for me.
Yeah,
I couldn't.
And that happened like the day before. Or
it was. That was on a Saturday or Sunday, and she had passed away on. It was Wednesday morning that I found out. So it was a few days later.
So it was too soon.
Way too soon.
But I appreciate you coming anyway.
I'm doing much better today.
Huh?
I'm doing much better now.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God.
It's been a hard 2 months.
Addiction is a motherfucker.
Jesus Christ.
And it hides and it knows how to hide, and it's baffling. And the book says, it's cunning, baffling, and powerful, and it's baffling how you didn't even know all that was going on.
I had no idea.
I
mean, granted, I had a flu for a week or two right when this all happened. So I was kind of like not as involved as I usually was, where I'd see her every single night after work. So I was kind of like laying off, and I think it was getting really hot and heavy for her and starting to self-destruct in a serious way. And it just caught up and boom.
It just blew up.
It's been a hard 2 months.
Addiction is a motherfucker.
Jesus Christ.
And it hides and it knows how to hide, and it's baffling. And the book says, it's cunning, baffling, and powerful, and it's baffling how you didn't even know all that was going on.
I had no idea. I mean, granted, I had a flu for a week or two right when this all happened. So I was kind of like not as involved as I usually was, where I'd see her every single night after work. So I was kind of like laying off, and I think it was getting really hot and heavy for her and starting to self-destruct in a serious way. And it just caught up and boom.
It just blew up. Yeah, it was this morning meeting and the Burbank meetings we have, and we've been having a pretty good success rate. Like people are getting sober, they're getting out of the pain. And it's not only for people that are addicts either. It's for people that have mental health trauma, and they also come into our meetings too, because everybody's inclusive. And basically just to get to the other side of it, by putting a pen to paper, and so it's working, I'm being of service, constantly every week. I work my.
Because I don't see anything wrong. He said, I'm doing much better now, and then said, I'm already over it. So maybe he did edit, I don't know, because but I don't see it. I hear it, so I say.
I appreciate you coming anyway.
I'm doing much better today.
Huh?
I'm doing much better now.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God.
It's been a hard 2 months.
Addiction is a motherfucker.
Jesus Christ.
And it hides, and it knows how to hide, and it.
Even with that, it's still kind of like, it was only like 2 months since her passing. He's like, I'm doing much better. It's still kind of off, but yeah.
Better than ever.
Thank you. You like the new hair color?
I love the hair.
Thank you.
Yes.
She went pink. So yeah, I'm just really grateful. I'm so glad to see you, Mark, and
yeah, I'm doing much better.
It's my pleasure to do this anytime.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you, Cosmo.
Thank you, baby.
Right.
So yeah, so that's that. So let me get my opinion on this whole thing is now that I listened to the full video completely again. The timeline of, like I said before, how do you know how long she was in the tub for? Like, I wouldn't even try to guess how long someone had been in a tub, because if I have not seen them since the night before, how would I know between the time I found them in the tub to how long, the estimated time to how long they had been in the tub. Also, there's a 3-year-old in the house. What are 3-year-olds actually capable of doing? Now, I've seen, heard some say some can call 911, some are not capable of that. So 3-year-olds in the home the whole time while the mother is in the bathtub. And what is the 3-year-old going to be doing while the mother's in the bathtub? Because running around and the mother's in the tub. So what would a 3-year-old try to do with the mother in the tub? How would a 3-year-old behave or react to the mother in the tub, under the water in the tub? I don't see a 3-year-old just not trying to play in the water or do something with the water while the mother's in the tub. It doesn't make any sense. Saying, mother, I want something, mother's not responding in the tub. What is the 3-year-old going to do? If especially the mother's never responding for all these hours. He didn't mention like the 3-year-old, and he says, so the 3-year-old has a sticky diaper, you're trying to find his mother. Well, the 3-year-old been in the house the whole time for 10 to 12 hours before, would know where the mother is, would be crying, doing something to where it's not like a 1-year-old, it's a 3-year-old. 3-year-olds go to pre-K. So what is the 3-year-old doing? And the 3-year-old's not gonna say, mommy's in the, like, go something with the tub. If she died overnight or whenever, and he found her around late morning, the child was unattended for a long time. Yes, not eating. And he just says dirty diaper, and he said it in a tone like, he definitely has animosity towards her, blames her obviously for the death. Feels like she shouldn't be doing any drugs because she's so spoiled and so, who and how the child So if the child is someone that's used to the mother being around and attending, then it's one thing. But if the mother has been, let's say, on drugs and neglectful, the child can be more independent because the child is used to the mother not being like sober. So a child that's used to a more attentive mother will act differently than a child that's used to an unattentive mother that doesn't really pay fully attention, right? So we also have to look at the opposite side, because I can also like look at it from both sides. Still, the child will still need something. Why wait until 11 a.m. or so to go check and see if you see each other every day? She lives close by. Somebody lives close by. You're like a hop and a skip away, and you have the key. And he texts every morning, and you see every day. So then he says he finds her underwater curled up for 10 to 12 hours. Bodies in bathtubs. How will a body decompose or curl up in the bathtub when the water and how the water moisturizes the skin or does something to the skin to where it won't be as hard and as stiff as other people? I don't know. I'm not a forensic expert on this topic. Okay, so bodies in a bathtub. So how much rigor would a body in water have compared to a body out of water? If she has a lot of rigor, I would think that she possibly was unalived or died out of water and then put in water at a later point. Like she didn't die in the water, she was put in the water after being deceased, and that would probably explain more rigor being there. Curled up underwater that long of a time as he's trying to say. And how would he know how long she has been in the water unless he knew when she got in the water? So how much water was in the tub as well? How much water was in the tub? Yeah, the crawling up part don't make sense to me unless somebody already died, you put them in the tub. And then it goes to he had the key to enter, which is normal. Okay, so you're a boyfriend or you're a relative, you have a key. But since you have a key, you have the opportunity to go in and out as you please and lock the door in and out as you please. And your fingerprints on the doorknob in and out is not going to be unusual. So you have access to even change up the crime scene if you wanted to, because you have the ability to go and come and no one knows none the wiser, because you're that's your place and that's you're paying the bills and that you have the key. So yeah, sometimes people know what happened and they leave the scene and then they try to call and do all this fake shit so they can pretend like they never were at the scene. I'm just saying. The next thing I want to talk about is the cause of death. When you talk about the cause of death, he starts throwing out these different possible causes of death. And usually, I wouldn't say people would go into that much of a way of trying to really try to think of how someone's cause of death to what he's trying to say. He talks about fentanyl, cocaine. So while if you know she uses cocaine, then why would bring up fentanyl? So I don't know. I will have to go back and see what he was talking about bringing up before any And also, I don't know if there was a toxicology or autopsy done. I don't know if she was cremated or just a typical burial. I don't know. So that's something I'll have to look into. He could have gotten that information from officials afterwards. Well, the way he's describing it is as if he came into the bathroom and saw that for himself. So he mentioned that he saw a weed, like a joint, by the tub. So why would he mention, he made sure he mentioned that he saw a joint by the tub. And obviously it wouldn't just be weed, it would have to be laced with something or do something, right? So is he trying to say that there could be something else, just not weed, but something in that weed? Fentanyl or something, I don't know. And then he mentions the whole thing about blood around the nose. So insinuating there's a lot of cocaine use. So a lot of cocaine use to have that around the nose, wouldn't that be something that you should have picked up on a long time ago that you saw that? So you're just not finding out that she's using this cocaine, but she has certain characteristics of someone that does cocaine use as far as nose goes. And you have a show called Soft White Underbelly where you frequently interview people with addictions. And the thing around the nose, how do we know it's from cocaine use? How do we know that something else that happened to her to where that's around her nose? Could be from something else. What else could cause something around her nose to be that way? So I don't know if an autopsy was done or not, because I hope that an autopsy was done. Depends on what state it is and what's going on, to where a lot of times they won't allow a cremation to be done unless there's an autopsy first, because we already know once the body is cremated, then there's obviously no more chance for autopsy. So then he starts bringing up like the family history of heart issues and problems, and mentions that 3 females in her family have died. Who is here to verify her family history? Because he said that the bio family are like, at least the mom is strung out on drugs. So who is alive to actually verify her real family history of their heart issues? Does she have a lot of family? Because if she was adopted or fostered, then that means she probably doesn't have a lot of family members to actually be looking out for her to see what's really going on. So where is the actual medical proof or confirmation from somebody of this heritable or hereditary issue that's going on with everyone in her family, or 3 people in her family? You kept blaming her parents. Want something to stick. And then he mentions the coke, cocaine, yeah. Again, he said he never noticed it. And he says they spent a lot of time together. So now he's trying to say that, okay, they spent all this time together, but she just doesn't use it around him. She waits till he leaves, and then he's unaware of all this time of her using it. They were together all the time, though. He financially supported her. So regular use to have this nostril scar or a scarring of the nose because of regular usage, and certain behaviors he should recognize. So if someone works for addicts all the time, wouldn't you expect them to know how addict behaves or to spot addiction? So that's not a good look for you, saying that someone you were living in a relationship with for 3 years, you didn't spot the signs of coke and even change behavior at the point they started using it, and a scar by their nose, but it's typical of some sort of addiction. Okay, certain behavior patterns and things around them that might be paraphernalia or objects they might be using for their addiction. You don't notice any of this. So her friends knew, but not the actual romantic partner that was spending more intimate moments with the person doesn't know. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it kind of conveniently leaves him out of possibly knowing issues that could be damaging for him, especially what if he's the actual person financing the actual drugs. So for him to say he doesn't know but claim he finances everything else, and what happens if his main thing is he doesn't want to cover the fact that he is the one that's actually providing the money for her fix? And who wants to say that, oh yeah, I give my money for girlfriend money for drugs, but I'm the actual person that's supposed to be against addiction? To be honest, it could be something just as simple as that, to where he's hiding the fact that he's the sponsor for her addiction because she doesn't have the money for cocaine. He sounds like a trick, yeah. He's paying, exactly. He sounds like the people that he interviews, these pimps that, you know, they pay for everything. They put somebody up. And yeah, he sounds like a trick. Exactly. Addiction is not easy to hide for someone who is close to an addict. There are behavior issues as well as physical clues. Yeah, something is up with that, right? It says, was it him that set up GoFundMe? Can't remember. There's a lot of stuff with him about GoFundMe's now. Okay, I watched some of his interviews, but not everyone. Okay. And as far as moving on, so another thing that there are things that he doesn't address that you would typically hear someone address when they find a loved one deceased, that he doesn't address certain details. He's very guarded when he's talking, to be careful what he's going to say, for sure. It's not like someone just telling a story because they're actually 100% innocent of everything. It's like, let me be careful and cautious. I don't want to say the wrong thing. A guarded talk. And then as far as the phone thing, he's making sure he keeps a distance by saying, oh, she texts back at night, then nothing in the morning. So he's definitely trying to make sure, like, distance. I feel like he's trying to distance himself from the whole thing. Okay. So now he did mention something about law enforcement saying something about her doing drugs or something. I don't know if they were talking about from a witness or a friend or hearsay, but law enforcement, did they do a toxicology to actually get any results back? And is there an ongoing investigation, or has it been completely closed? These are things that people probably don't know or have not looked into to see. I don't know. I have to go see what's happening. Was there a reason for law enforcement to talk about toxicology, unless it has been toxicology, or were they just talking about interview notes? Another thing that's kind of distasteful, which is a little bit off topic but still distasteful, is that you're talking in a video talking about your loved one that you lost, that you said was one of the best relationships you had. She treated you the best, more than anyone. You start out the video with advertisements, and you put advertisements. You say, okay, someone still needs to make money and make profit. But usually when someone is making a video like that for someone they care about and love, to the magnitude of a real life personal relationship, they don't actually put ads in certain spots or do too much promo before the video, because it's a certain sentimental personal topic to where you would not want to have the focus to be on making a profit or making a bag. It's kind of distasteful. Imagine having a funeral service, and right before the funeral service, someone starts to promote or advertise or market. It's slightly distasteful. Now, is it illegal? No, but most people want to think about it and put an ad or a big old advertisement or do this or that before I talk about a serious topic, losing someone that I consider one of the love of my life or whatever. It's just weird. It's weird. It's weird. And then he started saying negative things. Like, it's okay to be like upset or go from different temperaments as far as someone losing someone you love, but it's just his tone would change when he would be a little snarky and a little nasty. Like, the apple don't fall too far from the tree. You could lose your kid. He has a lot of, he has anger. There, his undertones, there's anger there. And sometimes when people pass, people still have the anger towards someone they love, but sometimes some of that dissipates or it diminishes because the person is gone and you kind of forgive some of their things and it's not that much. And you might have the anger still, but it's not going to be that. It's not going to be with that much vitriol, venom. I don't know. Everyone is different, so I'm not going to like put everyone in the same group. But I will say he has a nasty undertone when it comes to certain, when he's talking about her, where he's very, where he's blaming her and he feels like she should not have been doing coke because you have everything you like. He still has like I can tell he probably was saying the same stuff to her while she was here. At the same time, to be fair, it can also be that you are hurt because you feel like you would still be here if you just didn't do drugs. So you're disappointed. It's also could be disappointment. But I'm not really getting disappointment or frustration. I'm getting more of like a nasty tone to it. And a way also because he's saying things about she was cutting, it's a lot of things that it's like it's not like it's like he's exposed. It's like an exposed, like she had a joint, she's a cutter, she was this, she was that. It was like a little bit of an exposed. It wasn't like it was like an exposing video. Like you pretty much exposed her as, oh, apple don't fall too far. But you already said bad things about her mother, still out on the street, still sprung out on drugs, so apple don't fall too far from the tree. It's like, whoa, okay. Yeah, so there is anger there. And what else? I think that's pretty much what I was thinking. So yeah, and constantly talking about her 3-year-old and how her 3-year-old can be taken from her. Pretty much, it's like, yeah, exposing her like you're a bad parent. You picked up the drugs before you picked up your 3-year-old. You're a bad mother. You're a bad mother. So he's pretty much calling out her mothering skills. That's like I can't remember who said it in the chat, but yeah, I agree. This is like a expose. Like he's exposing her. I think it was All Night Reader, but yeah, he's exposing. Ashamed of her, yeah. And also he's supposed to be someone that's supposed to be anti-addiction, and he's with this addict. So I do believe that he was hammering on her about this, making him look bad. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. I'm the mark. I'm soft on underbelly. I cannot be in a relationship with someone with that's, And he actually said that he never thought he would be with someone like her, but it happened. So he pretty much was painting her as someone that was a bad parent that picked up drugs for her own son. She has low self-worth. She doesn't know. She self-sabotaged. Like apple don't fall too far from the tree. He doesn't even talk about other possibilities of why she could have passed away. It really goes to certain things that he believes. What about I don't know. I would want to see an autopsy, to be honest. But yeah, again, he has let me check my inbox. Hold on. Well, I mean, we discussed that earlier, like a power dynamic to where he's controlling all the finances, all the bills, and with that becomes a unfair. It's not equal across the board. It's a power dynamic to where he has the power to say, "Hey, if you don't do what I want, then I'm in control of your survival." Yeah, and that's another thing. He felt like she was lucky, like, I'm providing for you. You don't have to do this, you don't have to do that. I'm paying all the bills, I'm doing this and that. Like, I'm the prize. Yeah, and he was bragging about his own mother, like, oh, my mother was perfect and hers is all still strung out on drugs and out there. The apple don't fall. Oh, and pay attention. He says the apple don't fall too far from the tree. So he's saying, and the people are kind of like their parents. So he said, my mother is perfect. So he's in a way saying, I'm perfect because my mother is perfect. And your mother's still out on the drugs right now. Your biological mother's still strung out on drugs. So that's how you turned out. And my mother was perfect and this is how I turned out. So good point. That in that contrast, he's actually very much so, that's like a nasty attitude to have. And he said some people break out of it. So he's pretty much right there saying like, oh, look where I came from, look where you came from. So when he says apple don't fall too far from the tree, that's positive for him because of where he came from and his mother is so perfect. But it's negative for her, right? Because of where her mother is still strung out on drugs out there. So I would want to see an autopsy or toxicology report. Any 911 records, calls, anything, medical records. Obviously, you're not going to get the medical records. Sometimes medical stuff end up in court records. Court records, it's not going to be court records. I want to see anything that's pertaining to this, anybody, friends, anyone that knows her. Also, the biggest thing, autopsy. And what was one done? What kind of services or whatever, One thing about it is if someone doesn't have close family and close friends or close circle, when they pass away, there's no one that's going to be really fighting for justice for them or fighting for answers or fighting for answers. So it could easily be swept under the rug because there's no one fighting for a cause of death or something really. Not cause of death, because that's usually like through autopsy and it's mandatory for cremations in some states. But you know what I'm saying? They're gonna have someone fighting for them, and being their voice when they're no longer here to be their own voice. And again, I want to say this: he could be completely innocent. I'm just saying that it's fishy and suspicious. Okay, I pointed out the reasons why I believe that or think that, but I will look into it more as the days goes on. So let me see what's in my inbox real quick. Okay, I see. So I'm gonna actually thank you, Alicia. I reviewed that in another video. So that's my time for today. I hope y'all enjoyed it. We will go over more stuff at a later time. Okay, I love y'all, and I will see y'all next live. And make sure on the replay, hit that like button on the replay, and also let me know at what topics y'all want me to continue on with. Did y'all like the actual Mark topic, Jeffrey Epstein, Dacara Thompson, and we also covered Angie Stone. So we covered a lot of different topics today, and I hope I got y'all updated on all these topics, and I will see y'all in the next live, and bye.
I gotta go. I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I should've left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. supposed to be. It's not how I imagined it would be. I gotta go. I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I should've left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. Oh, don't ask me why. I gotta go. I gotta go. I should've left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. I want more than this. What is this? This isn't it. What is this? This isn't how it's supposed to be. This isn't how my life's supposed to be. It's not how I imagined it would be.